Good evening, everybody. I'd like to welcome you to the Lancaster County Board of Commissioners public hearing for July 29, 2010, 7 o'clock, for the purpose of discussion in regards to repeal of Ordinance 64. The first order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance, and if I could ask our Chief Clerk, Andrea McHugh, could you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we talked about the purpose of the hearing today, and I just want to welcome everyone for coming out. No matter what, no matter where people fall on their viewpoints on any issues, it's still a wonderful thing in this country that we can gather and discuss issues in public and have public dialogue, and that's very important. I would encourage you, before I turn it over to my colleagues to give a welcome, I would remind everyone we do have a lot of people here tonight to, as they're making comments, is to please address the board. Please do not engage each other in your comments and direct questions or comments to us. And remember that we always treat each other with dignity and respect and how we communicate back and forth to each other. I think that's very important as we move through the evening. Commissioner, would you like to say anything?
Just welcome everyone. I look forward with interest to all the testimony and all the comments from members of the public. And as Commissioner Martin said, we want to keep things moving. We have a lot of folks that want to say something. And again, I look forward to hearing what you have to say. Thank you very much for coming.
Also, I want to thank you as well. I think we all know that everybody has very strong opinions about the issue that's going to be discussed tonight. My perspective on this issue is just as strong as anyone's. And some people have had concern tonight about what this hearing is going to be and how people are going to interact and what's going to happen tonight here. Well, frankly, I think this is going to be Lancaster's proudest moment, because I think what's going to happen tonight is we're going to see a group of people that are passionate about what they believe in, but respect each other while they're doing it. While we see all the nonsense that's happening throughout this country where communities tear themselves apart on issues like this, tonight is a night where Lancaster is going to show that Lancaster does it the right way. And while we may not all agree, we will all respect each other during the process and at the end of the process. So I just want to thank you all for being here, and I'm looking for a wonderful dialogue tonight so we can hear all of your concerns, regardless of your perspective. That's what we're here to do tonight, so thank you for being here.
Well said. Thank you, colleagues. To talk a little bit about the format tonight, tonight we will have testimony given by approximately 19 individuals who will be discussing their viewpoints. This will be a time where the board has the ability to Q&A. You're going to see some presentations done tonight. Following that 7-minute, and that's where we're going to try to cap it at, we do have as Andrew McHugh is keeping the time for us, we'll move into a public comment session. Now, obviously, we have a lot of people here, and we please ask that you get to the point. You have 3 minutes to be able to speak, which tends to be plenty of time for a lot of people. Some it can be a stretch, but Andy said she will give a 1-minute sign. She'll wave her hand. We did have 2 microphones set up tonight so that people can get in line ahead of time to be able to give questions. Now, the one thing, and for those of you who may have been at our public meeting back at the end of June, that I will ask you to please consider, there was a lot of people also outside that would like to possibly come in and give comment. You'll see some of them come in once the screens are up and we're able to get some more people in here. Obviously, we need to keep the aisles open for fire reasons. But if you would consider, for those of you who are giving public comment, the ability, we would need to have some people leave in order to have more people come in to be able to share their viewpoints. It would be very much appreciated, because I'm sure just like you, they would like their chance to speak. So just for something for you to think about. And the sheriffs will be keeping track of the number of people out there who are coming in and coming out. So with that, we will move right into our first item, number 1, and that would be a presentation by Nicole Decker, Esquire, who is the Assistant County Solicitor for the County of Lancaster, who's going to do a presentation for us. Good evening, Nicole.
Good evening.
Good evening, Nicole.
For the record, my name is Nicole Decker. I'm the Assistant County Solicitor for the County of Lancaster. I'm here tonight in that capacity. Can you hear me?
portable. You can bring it up as close as you need to.
I'm here tonight to present a summary of the laws, both state and federal, which offer protection against discrimination. It's not intended to be a thorough or exhaustive review. Instead, it's a brief overview of the laws to create a framework for the testimony and discussion for this evening's hearing. I'll begin with a review of the local ordinance. The Human Relations Commission was originally established in Lancaster County in 1964. It was created as the Lancaster City County Human Relations Commission by resolution in 1964. In August 1991, the county commissioners passed Ordinance Number 30, which drew the county from the City County Human Relations Commission and established a separate Lancaster County Human Relations Commission. In October 2002, Ordinance Number 64 added the fair housing component by expanding the powers of the County Human Relations Commission to include enforcement of the Fair Housing Act on behalf of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. County Ordinance 64 also incorporated amendments to the Pennsylvania Human Relations Act, which had been adopted since the passage of the previous ordinance. The Lancaster County HRC and its Board of Directors exist by and through County Ordinance 64. The authority for the county commissioners to establish a local human relations commission is found in the Pennsylvania Human Relations Act. The PHRA provides local municipalities with the ability to create a human relations commission. However, it does not require that a local municipality do so. The existence of a local human relations commission is optional, not mandatory. Much of the language found in County Ordinance 64 can also be found in the PHRA. Ordinance 64 covers discriminatory practices in employment, housing, education, public accommodations, and lending. Discrimination on the basis of race, color, religion, ancestry, national origin, sex, age, handicap, disability, familial status, and the use of guide animals is prohibited. The Lancaster County HRC has the power to receive and investigate complaints, hold hearings, develop materials, implement programs or training sessions, and enter into work-share agreements with HUD, the PHRC, and the EEOC. At the state level, the Pennsylvania Human Relations Act affords protection against discrimination. The Pennsylvania Human Relations Act addresses discriminatory practices in employment, housing, public accommodations, lending practices, and real estate transactions. Discrimination on the basis of race, color, familial status, religion, ancestry, age, sex, national origin, handicap, disability, and the use of guide animals is prohibited. Further, the PHRA creates and gives authority to the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission. The PHRC is authorized to conduct training, formulate policies, make recommendations, receive and investigate complaints of discrimination, hold hearings, and create advisory agencies or councils at the local or state level. The PHRC has jurisdiction over employers with 4 or more employees. Also of note is the Pennsylvania Fair Educational Opportunities Act, which states all persons shall have equal opportunities for education regardless of their race, religion, color, ancestry, national origin, sex, handicap, or disability. In addition to administering the PA Human Relations Act, the PHRC has the authority to administer the PA Fair Educational Opportunities Act, and in doing so may make visits to educational institutions, conduct studies, formulate policies, and initiate, receive, and investigate complaints of unfair educational practices. At the federal level, there are also several laws which offer protection against discrimination. There is the Americans with Disabilities Act, the Age Discrimination in Employment Act, Civil Rights Act of 1964, and the Equal Pay Act, to name a few. I won't go into details about each of these, but instead I would like to highlight a few of the federal laws and the agencies responsible for enforcing these laws. The Americans with Disabilities Act prohibits discrimination of a disability in employment, state and local government, public accommodations, commercial facilities, transportation, and telecommunication. With regard to state and local governments, the ADA covers all of the activities of state and local governments, regardless of the size of the government or whether the governmental entity receives funding from the federal government. State and local governments are required to give people with disabilities an equal opportunity to benefit from all of their programs, services, and activities. Public accommodations, which includes restaurants, retail stores, hotels, movie theaters, funeral homes, daycare centers, and recreational facilities, must comply with basic non-discrimination requirements. Accordingly, a public accommodation may be required to incorporate certain elements into the design of a new building or plans for an altered building to make reasonable modifications to practices and procedures, or to remove existing barriers in existing buildings. The Department of Justice, Department of Transportation, Department of Labor, Department of Housing and Urban Development, and the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission have enforcement and investigative authority pursuant to the ADA, depending on the type of discrimination that is alleged. Okay. The Fair Housing Act is a federal law which prohibits discrimination in sale, rental, and financing of dwellings based on race, color, national origin, religion, sex, familial status, and handicap or disability. Pursuant to the Fair Housing Act, HUD has the authority to receive and investigate complaints of discrimination in the realm of housing, to engage in conciliation with the parties and refer matters to the United States Attorney General, and to refer complaints to a state or local agency. Further, HUD is authorized to enter into written cooperative agreements with state or local public agencies and provide reimbursements or grants to said agencies. So to summarize, County Ordinance 64 is very similar to the Pennsylvania Human Relations Act, which is enforced by the PHRC. In fact, much of the language in Ordinance 64 is identical to the language in the PHRA and the Fair...
You can finish your last sentence.
Okay. The PA Fair Educational Opportunities Act.
Thank you. Questions, comments from Nicole?
Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you for setting the legal framework there for us to have discussions, so we appreciate it. Okay.
Strict timekeeper.
I know, very strict.
Good job.
The one thing I did fail to mention, and we do have a court reporter here today that's taking the testimony, and one request from the president judge when we have people giving public comment. We always require people to state their name and their municipality that they live in here in Lancaster County. So if you're from Manheim Township or Lancaster City or Carnarvon, whatever it might be. But they're also asking for those giving public comment. We have all the testifiers listed here that we provide for the names, but if you could please spell your name for the court reporter as she's entering this stuff, and that would really be appreciated by the courts. Thank you.
Your spelling won't be held against you for time purposes.
All right, next up we have Jim Loffman, who is the Human Service Lead for the County of Lancaster, who is going to do a presentation for us as well, which will be on the screens here. Jim?
Good evening, Commissioners.
Good evening.
Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony this evening. The purpose of my testimony this evening is twofold. First, I will provide you with some basic statistical information concerning the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission from 2008 and 2009. Secondly, I will provide a brief comparison of the Pennsylvania Human Relations Act and Ordinance Number 64. My testimony, which will be included in the preceding PowerPoint presentation, is by no means all-encompassing review of all the data available, nor does it fine-tooth combing of a law and ordinance. It is simply a stepping stone for the conversations to follow. The Lancaster County Human Relations Commission is an agency comprised of 9 full-time employees. The composition of the department is as follows: an executive director, a deputy director, 2 fair housing specialists, an intake officer, 2 human relations representatives, and 2 administrative assistants. The LCHRC budget is broken out into 2 main categories: general fund dollars and federal grant for the Fair Housing Program. The federal grant accounts for approximately 33% of the entire budget. The current 2010 budget for the department is $704,941. The proposed budget for 2011 is $712,845. The most recent statistical information we have from the LCHRC is from 2009. In the following PowerPoint presentation, I will share some information from both 2009 and 2008. We'll start. The first slide is new docketed cases. As you can see, in 2008, there was 89 new cases.
Jim, if I could, please.
Sure.
I just think it's a fair clarification that there really is no 2011 budget yet for the Human Relations Commission.
I did indicate it's a proposed budget for 2011.
Well, that was the appropriation that they've given. Technically, their budget isn't due till August 3rd. So I just think that bears noting that until they actually submit a budget, it's really what they've been asked to work with, not what they've actually proposed.
Back to the statistics, the new docket of cases for 2008 was 89, in 2009 it was 105. I won't go through each one of the specific, I'm sorry, 150. As you go, I will not go through all the specific categories, but I will point out the high numbers. In 2008, again, I will say this is allegation types. This is not indicated or substantiated. The handicap and disabled category was 31.94%. And then 2009, 25.3% was allegations concerning race or color. The next statistic is the consultations and inquiries. Consultation or inquiries are phone calls or visits that come into the department. It does not necessarily mean that an investigation will take place, but it simply is contacts that come into the local Human Relations Commission. As you can see, the grand numbers, but it's important to note down how the breakout is broken into, that the inquiries were both of complaints made and allegations made within the county, allegations made about cities, and then there were informational calls, for example, maybe about a conference or a training that might be provided, and then the other referrals were unknown. And then if you see that also the jurisdiction indicates what main areas, as Nicole Decker indicated, what areas of alleged discrimination there may be. Then there's the case closure. As you can see at the very bottom, I'll draw your attention to that 86.5% of cases in 2008 and 85.93% were closed in 2009. By no means does it mean when a case comes in with the same year would also be closed in the same year, depending what's happening in the courts, what's happening in a mediation. Cases that may come in the same year may carry over to another year. Another area that the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission is very proud of is what they call the relationship development. And in 2009, there was 46 presentations, trainings, educational opportunities, community events, and out of that time, there's ability to have a potential to reach over 150,000 people. The Lancaster County Human Relations Commission has committees. Those committees include the Employment Committee, Police and Community, Education, Fair Housing, and Public Information. The next part of the testimony I'll provide is a brief review of the similarities and differences between the PHRA and Ordinance Number 64. And as Nicole Decker indicated, I'll repeat and I'll show a few of the areas that she spoke about. And as you go through the first couple of slides, we'll talk about the prohibitions and what is allowed to be investigated both by the PHRA, through the PHRA and the ordinance. Through discrimination on race, discrimination based on religious creed, discrimination based on ancestry are all covered by both the PHRA and Ordinance 64. Same thing is true. Discrimination based on age, 40 and over, discrimination based on national origin, and discrimination based on sex. Same is true for discrimination based on familiar status and discrimination based on handicap or disability. Both the PHRA and Ordinance 64 do not prohibit and does not allow for investigation for discrimination based on sexual orientation or gender identity. The PHRA enforces the PA Fair Education Opportunities Act. As you see, the ordinance does not. There's a requirement for the PHRA to report to partner with the Department of Education. That is not in Ordinance 64. The one thing that can take place is that there can be an educate the public to prevent discrimination that both the Act and both the ordinance allow. But specifically in the PHRA, it is specifically noted they are allowed to convene a specific Pennsylvania Interagency Task Force on Civil Tension, which they may inquire, and they may ask for local representatives to sit on that civil task force. Both of these ordinances, as Nicole Decker said earlier, also support federal legislation as well. Walk-ins are both accepted. The PHRA actually, and the Commission for Pennsylvania actually has online forms. The local one does not. Complaints must be submitted in writing, and both of the organizations will assist individuals with putting applications in writing. As you can see, the requirements for respondents are the same, 30 days. Verification is required within 20 days under the local ordinance, but under the PHRA it is 30 days. And however, certain circumstances may require, people may be granted an extra 10 days, would equal the 30 days. If no probable cause exists, the same 10 days exist. There also, a case can be made within 10 days, the complaint may file a request for preliminary hearing after no probable cause decision. On the local ordinance, there actually is the ability to appeal to a hearing commissioner on the local ordinance. Cases may be dismissed with prejudice. Every effort is done to mediate before public hearing. Mandates, neither one of the PHRA or the ordinance actually requires where the mediation takes place. Although logically, with the local one being in Lancaster County, all meetings actually occur in Lancaster County. A formal hearing must be held in the county where the alleged discrimination occurred. Again, both of the Act and the ordinance allow for that to take place. And I put a side note that in the most recent data that we had for the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission was 2007-2008 fiscal year. There was 21 public hearings, and in 2009 there was 0 public hearings in Lancaster. There's civil penalties that may be imposed. In the PHRA, there's a requirement that the Attorney General of Pennsylvania file and prosecute certain civil complaints. There is no such component in the Ordinance 64. And claims of discrimination must be filed within 180 days of the alleged discrimination. That concludes my presentation this evening. I thank you for the opportunity. If you have any questions about the information contained in my presentation, I would be glad to answer them for you now.
Jim, when you talk about, obviously you can see what's covered under each of the agencies. As far as from a jurisdictional standpoint, can an individual file with every entity for the same complaint? Or can an entity, let's say someone, I had a business owner call me who said that they had filed a complaint with the local commission, one of their employees. They got a letter back saying that they found it to be frivolous and they weren't going to look into it, but then made note of the state commission looking into it. Do cases get bounced to different jurisdictions, or is that more likely because someone filed in multiple jurisdictions?
That's an interesting question. Nothing precludes an individual from filing from each one of the jurisdictions. They may, in fact, decide to file locally. They may decide to file at the state level. And additionally, if it's under the guidelines of the federal laws, they may also file under that agency as well. What typically happens is that there is collaboration that typically takes place, that there is communication that takes place, but as a course of a matter, an individual maybe, for example, files it locally. When the case manager or the investigator says to them, listen, there may not be probable cause, we report this to the state, there in fact may be a follow-up that takes place as a result of that. The state may in fact do that.
So the case may be looked at a second time?
Yes, that is correct. It may be, frankly, looked at a third time, as a matter of fact, depending, again, if it complies with the federal requirements.
As far as, I'll categorize it as the educational component. What's the term, as far as outreach, whether it's to businesses, to other organizations, how many people does the local agency, how many people are they touching in the community as far as prevention programs?
As you saw in the one slide, I noted that there was the potential for 150,000 people. And how that number was derived, for example, is that we have staff at the local Human Relations Commission that actually have done some speaking engagements for a radio station, have done articles in a newspaper, and so they've done a rough estimate of what the circulation is. So, for example, the one estimation, there was a 30,000 circulation for a newspaper. So when you look at those 150 individuals or citizens, it's an estimate about what the potential was. They're not, we can't actually say that you've reached 150. Maybe only 4 people picked up the newspaper that day, or when people are listening to the radio, depending when the time is, it may not. There is some calculations about the number of people that actually attend hard trainings, and they do track that. So that official number is actually very difficult to consider.
Just I think it's fair to say, as far as the Pennsylvania Human Relations Act concerned and Ordinance 64 is concerned, they should be virtually identical, because the ability to have Ordinance 64 derives directly from the Pennsylvania Human Relations Act. So to me, the fact that they are similar in terms of the language that is used seems to be something that you would expect. I noticed in your presentation you didn't have any comparisons between the performance of the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission or the county's Human Relations Commission. Much of the information that I've received over the last month or so, people have been telling me, and granted it's anecdotal information, so you always want to double check your facts in that particular instance, but people are telling me from a processing standpoint and the ability to process cases timely and resolve issues timely, that from what I've heard, there is actually an enhancement to having Ordinance 64. So all the language is identical, which you would expect on the face of it. It seems to me that the presentation should also reflect how the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission operates versus how the county commission operated, and I believe if that data were shown, it would likely show that there's actually a performance issue here that's not shown in that data. You don't have anything at this?
I actually can, from what I can tell, was from 2007, 2008, because compared to 2009 for us. I believe in the 2007, 2008 report, it said that within a 2-year period, I think it was around 54% of the cases, I'm sorry, within a 1-year period, it was 54% of the cases that PHRC actually was closed versus the 85 that you see with us locally.
Well, clearance rates will vary, you know, depending on the year and depending on the cases. What I'm really talking about is the time it takes to process a case and resolve a case, not simply whether or not a case was cleared in a particular area. I've been told that, you know, you can get a case resolved in months at the county level, where you might take you years at the state level, and I just think that kind of performance information is important in this discussion.
Both, I would say, Commissioner, the local and the state have cases that drag out because of people's rights to pursue formal hearings, to be able to do that. I noted in the 2007-2008 there was indication that, if you read between the lines, it seems that the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission was working very hard to close old cases that were actually languishing in the legal process. So, with all due respect, Commissioner, certainly had 7 minutes. I think I could have gone through a lot of data, and certainly I understood that some individuals from the PHRC would speak, and hopefully maybe that they might be able to answer some of those process questions better than I could.
I'm just pointing out that information is important.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Yes. All right, we're going to hold off for 1 minute. We're going to take the screens up and hopefully allow some other people to come into the room. Filing into the room, but we're going to continue with the next item on our agenda, and that will be Stephen Glassman, who's the chairman of the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission, and is it Kaba Brunson? I got that right? The Harrisburg Regional Director for the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission. Are you going by yourself?
Well, we'll follow. Yeah, we'll follow one another.
Okay. All right.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here and to see you all again. I want to start by making it clear that the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission strongly supports all of the local commissions which exist throughout the Commonwealth. And there are specific reasons for this. Here in Lancaster County, my understanding is that the major concern of some of the commissioners is this issue of potential duplication of efforts, which I would like to spend most of my time addressing. In fact, we don't believe that there is any duplication of efforts. We have had a long relationship, a very strong and effective relationship with the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission in a work-sharing agreement. And the work that's already being done jointly is already happening under both of our budgets. There are many cases, however, which would never come to the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission for a variety of reasons. To begin with, there is a sense of nervousness, anxiety, fear for some people, distrust of larger governmental entities, certainly of state government, by many people who live in more rural areas and in areas that have local cultures that are very specific. Lancaster County, as you read today in the newspapers, has the largest Amish population in the United States, for example, of the 28 states who have Amish populations. It's very important for people to feel that they can be dealt with locally by people who understand their culture, who understand the local business people and know them, understand local procedures and practices in the community, know the landlords, know the public service providers, know the corporations and business entities in that region. Additionally, people have to spend a great deal of time and money coming to Harrisburg. Many people don't have their own automobiles, need public transportation. If you're fortunate enough to have a job in this day and age, you have to take significant time off from work. For example, one day to come and file a complaint in Harrisburg, another day to attend a fact-finding conference, another day to come for potential settlement or conciliation agreements. If the respondent fails to show up at those conciliation conferences, you've wasted a day of work and you have to come back for a rescheduled conference. It's very expensive, very time-consuming, and intimidating for people. So those cases that are initiated here in Lancaster County at the Human Relations Commission will probably never come to the State Commission, and those people will simply be denied service. The largest component of the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission is, of course, the education and community service and outreach that they do. Even when they're investigating cases, their service people are involved in educational efforts in the community. We simply do not have the staff at the state level to service 67 counties. We have suffered in the last 2 budget cycles a 25% cut in our budget and decline in staff. Our staff members, our investigators, are overloaded to the point where we have an average caseload in the Harrisburg Regional Office of 127 cases per investigator. That is 4 times the national average. That means that we simply cannot serve people in a timely fashion. We were among the very best numbers in the nation only 3 years ago when we got rid of our entire backlog virtually and when we had numbers down below 300 days in the Harrisburg Regional Office for a case which really vied with any Human Relations Commission in the country. We have the highest settlement rate of any Human Relations Commission in the United States at our agency. And yet, with this decline in staff, we simply cannot serve people in as rapid a fashion. Cases take a long time to investigate. Motions can be filed. Cases can be delayed. We simply cannot serve either the educational and community services component, and the only way we can respond is to civil tension incidents and to crises that occur around the state. That's where we are able to deploy our staff when someone is murdered in Shenandoah, when there's an immigrant situation in Hazleton that demands our attention, when we have problems in a school district in Duquesne outside of Pittsburgh. We can deploy our staff on crises, but we cannot have people in 67 counties working with 500 school districts around the state of Pennsylvania and responding to the kind of educational needs that businesses and landlords have. It's simply not possible, and that's one of the most important things that a county human relations commission can do. We feel that if you eliminate this, something which has never been done in the state of Pennsylvania, and there has never been, by our research, a staffed, not a volunteer, but a staffed, budgeted human relations commission in the United States. There has never been one where the civil rights laws have been actively overturned, leaving the impression, whether it's intended or not, that minorities who have been formally protected by civil rights laws are no longer valued or respected or acknowledged for their contributions in their communities. And you are left with the impression that people who are members of those protected classes will certainly not feel that they want to do business in Lancaster County if they're being excluded from protections, equal rights, and equal opportunity. They have many places where they can book conventions, conferences, meetings, where they can shop, where they can spend their dollars. And I think you have to be mindful of the fact that you are in an economically extraordinarily competitive environment in which every county in Pennsylvania is competing for those same dollars for tourists, for potential residents who will be tax-paying citizens, for people who are going to bring business and entrepreneurship into the county. There is, in other words, far more money that will be lost to Lancaster County than will possibly be gained by saving $500,000 a year on the local budget for the commission. And finally, the money that comes from HUD, which last year was $295,000, this year in 2010 is $285,000 approximately, that money will be completely lost. It is free money to Lancaster County, and that money will simply not come back to this county and will return to HUD and be reallocated to other agencies that are doing this work if you don't keep the commission in place. My suggestion is, if you feel that there are severe fiscal issues that have to be dealt with here, a suggestion has already been made by the chair of the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission to cut the budget significantly to the commission. You can make your own decisions as commissioners, of course, as to how you feel the budget should relate to the work of the commission, but keep the commission in place. Do not overturn the civil rights laws here in Lancaster County. You will be sending an unintended message that will be so shocking and so horrifying to people all across this country that it will bring the worst negative publicity to Lancaster County and will paint this county as a place that is not welcoming of minorities and not respectful of the rights that everyone should be accorded, in addition to the fact that equal opportunity will suffer. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down again, Mr. Glassman.
Sure. I'll be happy to answer questions if anyone has them.
If you would, on the jurisdictional question, I understand that the County Human Relations Commission is a subset, basically, of the Commonwealth legislation. That's the enabling legislation for locally. But from a practical standpoint, how does it work between the two groups? In other words, I've had constituents contact me. Someone went to a federal agency first, got referred to your agency, and never came back locally. How does that work? Do we collaborate? Do we work together? Can they file locally at the state level and the federal level? And if so, isn't that a duplication of effort?
It's not a duplication. People have the choice of where they want to file, and some people are more comfortable filing, for example, if it's an employment-related case at the EEOC at the federal level. But let me point out, I think it was already inferred in previous testimony, but things take longer and are more expensive the higher up you go in government. Things are more rapidly resolved at the local level than at the state level, more rapidly resolved at the state level than the federal level. If cases end up going into court, cases take a much longer time in federal court ordinarily than in state court, etc. It is much more effective to do this work on the ground here locally and nip this discrimination in the bud. After all, the whole goal and mission of our agencies, whether it's the State Human Relations Commission or the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission, is to eradicate all discrimination and bias. And the most effective way to do that, studies have shown repeatedly, is through education and training. And the more education and training you can do locally here in Lancaster County, the more discrimination you will inhibit from ever occurring. Because most people do not discriminate intentionally. The greatest amount of discrimination happens because people are unaware that they have actually engaged in acts of discrimination or have offended someone by the use of their language or by the way they've treated them. And education is the key to helping people understand how to treat everyone equally and avoid cases that come to our commissions.
Thank you.
Well, firstly, please, ma'am, please don't call out. You'll have a chance. You'll have a chance. We're engaged with Mr. Glassman. He has a certain amount of time. That's okay, Jenny. We'll get to you then.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you too. A couple questions in regards to, there is no such thing as free money that comes back. And you and I had a lengthy conversation about this the other day, and I think it's good that we discuss this publicly. As you know, the County of Lancaster is basically a service organization, an implementer on behalf of the state. We do many things: human services, MHMREI, children and youth, drug and alcohol, Office of Aging. And when we enter into those agreements with the Commonwealth in turn gives us back our investment of state tax dollars. And we use it to invest locally. That's good local control in doing those programs and operating here from the ground. With the HUD and the fair housing, the same thing does exist. And the HUD fair housing is really a second thing under this umbrella. In reality, we could still continue with fair housing without having a local human relations commission, correct?
No. No, that's not true. In fact, you have to be certified by HUD. There are federal fair housing agency partners and fair housing initiative partners. Initiative partners are governmental agencies, and the other agencies are private housing agencies. But you have to be certified by HUD, and HUD continually recertifies you. If the County Human Relations Commission disappears, you will not get that money. You will not have a certified agency. And the two people, you notice when the description was given of the staff members at the County Human Relations Commission, 2 individuals were designated as housing specialists, and those positions are federally funded by the HUD funds.
Right.
Those funds are reimbursement on a case-by-case basis, depending on how rapidly you complete those cases. It can be as high as almost $2,900 if you complete the cases in the 100-day requirement that HUD demands, and the amount goes down for every period of time that the case extends beyond that, unless it's a complex case in which you're given more time to complete the investigation.
But for an entity like the county's Housing and Redevelopment Authority,
No,
they
would
could not?
No. You have to be a specifically certified agency by HUD. HUD is, it doesn't certify that kind of agency. It only certifies human relations commissions and these housing agency private nonprofits who have to go through a very lengthy certification and training process. You have to have your staff trained by HUD. It's weeks and weeks of training that HUD provides. They pay for the training and they provide it, but you have to send your people for weeks to usually Washington, D.C. to the National Fair Housing Academy for training, and that's the only way you can be certified. Many, many agencies are still trying to achieve certification around the country. There are many human relations commissions around the country that do not have certification, and they have been trying for years to get certified by HUD, but the requirements are very demanding and very high to meet.
Okay. But in those cases, we do get a return of our federal tax dollars in order to implement that service. It eases capacity, obviously, on other entities, and we take that reinvestment and put that program into action here.
But as I explained to you when we had our meeting on Tuesday in your office, which I very much appreciated, we are one of the very few agencies of state government, there are 4 in state government, that have a standalone statute. We are not part of any other title of laws and statutes in the Commonwealth. So we are not part of the system that you described before. We are our own entity. And for example, if you want to amend the Pennsylvania Human Relations Act, it cannot be amended through a Title 18 Crimes Code bill or any other title. It has to be specifically amended to our statute. So when we talk about these federal funds coming from HUD, they are funds that come directly from the federal government to the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission, and they will simply not end up in Lancaster County if the commission is closed. If you cut the budget of the commission, you would probably want to do this in a very thoughtful way so that the housing specialists are retained in order to retain the HUD funding that comes from Lancaster County so that you have that almost $300,000 a year. It would be an absolute waste, and I think fiscally irresponsible, to turn away almost $300,000 back to the federal government when it's being spent here in Lancaster County in 2 ways. One, on the salaries of the individuals who are being paid through those HUD funds. Those people live here in Lancaster County. They spend their money here in Lancaster County. Every one of those dollars recirculates 9 times on average. So that money is staying here, and those people are paying taxes here in Lancaster County. And secondly, for all the people that money serves, you have people who are able to stay in Lancaster County and not be discriminated against in housing, and those people are living here and have jobs here and are paying taxes here. So that money actually multiplies. That economic multiplier will benefit Lancaster County over and over again by making sure that those federal funds stay here in the county.
Now, as far as state funds, have you ever engaged in an active effort to do a system that I know you and I talked about local control. And I think there were some things.
Local control,
right.
Obviously.
And obviously, in many cases, if the people received, right now the people of Lancaster County who pay state taxes watch 62 other counties that you offer service to. And here in Lancaster County, we tax them again in order to have a local commission. Have you had any attempts whatsoever to change the law in order to set up a service agreement mentality or service agreement set up so that it could operate where people get a return on their dollar?
It actually works the opposite way. We have been working at the request of mayors, county commissioners, county council people, borough council people throughout the Commonwealth over the last many years, and we have helped them establish 16 local human relations commissions around the state with local ordinances that are fully inclusive of all of the protections in the state ordinance, and they all have additional protected classes as well. And they all have to resolve in their own agreements with their elected officials how they're going to fund those commissions. Many of them are volunteer commissions in very small boroughs, much, much smaller than Lancaster. And many of those commissioners do the work as volunteers, and they have a staff person who is already on staff for the borough who has the qualifications, perhaps an attorney, perhaps someone who has investigative experience, and they handle as best they can the cases. But we have never been able to get additional money, although we have tried from the legislature and will continue to try. We have gone back on numerous occasions to amend the Pennsylvania Human Relations Act, and in fact we have worked with legislators to establish a Pennsylvania Hate Activity Fund that would be funded with $1 million that we would be using in order to respond to hate and tension incidents around the state. In fact, I testified at hearings in the last legislative session on that bill, and while it had support, it never was voted out of committee. So every time we've attempted to do something that's a corollary to what you're suggesting, it's been blocked in the state legislature. I don't disagree with you that that might be a thoughtful and intelligent way to do this, but actually, just to correct the record, the only counties which have human relations commissions that are county-wide and staffed are Erie County, Allegheny County, and Philadelphia County. And the Lancaster County, obviously, is the fourth one. I think I read that someone stated that Berks County doesn't. They don't have a funded, staffed county human relations commission.
So
City of Reading
there's
does.
only four
There are
right now? Four
there are
counties
four
that have
in the
it.
Commonwealth that do. But that, I think, should be looked at in the sense that Lancaster County is a model for serving its local citizens and does this actually more effectively than all of the other counties that don't have county-wide human relations commissions. In fact, this can be really seen very clearly in Erie County, which only 5.5 years ago implemented a county-wide human relations commission and ordinance. And what happened in Erie County is that, in fact, as cases came in and were resolved and there was publicity around those cases, other employers and landlords improved their behavior all throughout Erie County, not just in the city of Erie, so that we have not seen any dramatic rise in cases, but we have seen a dramatic increase in requests for education and training in Erie County throughout the county that the Erie County Human Relations Commission does. So having a county human relations committee actually, we believe, prevents more acts of discrimination and increases and improves the quality of life for everyone in the county. It may be one of the reasons why, for example, Lancaster County is currently thought of as a very desirable place to live. And if you rescind a civil rights ordinance, I believe, and many others do as well who are professionals in our field, believe that it will send such a negative and highly publicized message. This is the kind of thing that will end up on CNN. This will not be confined to local news. Lancaster County, Lancaster County, with all due respect, does not need a blemish on its reputation. It needs to appeal to more people of more diverse backgrounds to move here, to do business here, to be tourists, and to visit here.
Last time we saw you at a public meeting, you really brought up the idea that you don't have capacity. And you said you've had your budget cut by 20%.
25% over the last two budget cycles.
Now, granted, I've read this in a newspaper. Recently, Doylestown just enacted a Human Relations Committee ordinance, correct?
They're slated to on August 16th. The Doylestown Borough Council, I've worked very closely with them over the last several months, and they just passed the resolution to move the ordinance forward to a final vote, which will take place on August 16th.
Okay.
And it was unanimous, and all 9 of the Borough Council people voted for that ordinance and the establishment of a local human relations commission there.
What struck me with that was the fact that that only is supposed to cover gender identity and sexual preference.
It's
because you're quoted in the article saying send all the other cases up to us in Harrisburg.
No, you're not always correctly quoted in the newspaper. You probably know this.
All right.
With all due respect to our friends in the media who are here.
But I read the article too, Mr. Glassman, and
right.
it would be
Let me just
appreciated if
respond.
you could clear
Yeah,
that up.
let me respond to the question, which is, they started out actually, and Lower Marion has been discussing this as well, and began their conversations thinking that they would be helping if they just put an ordinance into place with the protected classes that were not in the state ordinance. We have helped them understand that when you put a Human Relations Commission in place and you pass a civil rights ordinance, you need to send the message that you are protecting everyone equally. This isn't about giving any group more rights than another group. It's about making sure that everybody has equal rights. And people in the LGBT community and their allies are not asking for any special rights. They're simply asking to be treated equally in Doylestown, in Lower Marion, and the other areas of the state where these ordinances have passed. So I did not encourage them to pass a limited ordinance, but in fact the reason that they rewrote the entire ordinance is because of the testimony that I and about 200 other people gave in Doylestown. It was as crowded as this room. It's really heartening to see that so many people in this state are turning out to register their concern for the existence of these Human Relations Commissions.
I have some other questions. They're technical, so I'll save them for Mr. Brunson.
Yes, and he is filled with good technical expertise. He's an extraordinary staff member, and we're very proud of his work as the head of the Harrisburg Regional Office.
Okay. Questions, Commissioner?
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Okay, next up, we have Kaba Brunson, who is the Harrisburg Regional Director of the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission. Good evening.
Good evening. I am Kaba Brunson, the Harrisburg Regional Director for the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission. The Harrisburg region covers 39 counties, including Lancaster. And thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony regarding the planned elimination of the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission, LCHRC, through the repeal of Ordinance Number 64. The elimination of the LCHRC will remove Lancaster County's local and effective response to allegations of discrimination in employment, housing, education, public accommodations, lending practices, and real estate practices, and officially dissolve the intergroup, institutional, and intergovernmental ties it has established. The repeal of Ordinance Number 64 will remove county protection from persons who believe they were discriminated against on the basis of race, color, religion, ancestry, national origin, sex, age of 40 years or older, familial status, general education diploma status, handicap or disability, or the use of a guide or support animal because of physical handicap. The repeal of Ordinance Number 64 will have an immediate adverse impact on complainants, those who file complaints, as well as respondents, those who must respond to complaints. Complainants and their witnesses will spend more time and money to travel to Harrisburg or to Philadelphia for federal concerns to file complaints, attend fact-finding conferences, meetings, or hearings related to the complaint. These and other verifiable out-of-pocket expenses related to the complaint will increase the damages related to alleged violation of the Pennsylvania Human Relations Act and expose respondents to greater liability. Respondents who attend case-related conferences will also have to absorb the additional costs of being away from the operation for longer periods of time for themselves, as well as any witnesses they bring to Harrisburg. In addition, they will incur higher legal fees for transporting locally retained attorneys to present them at such meetings. The repeal of Ordinance Number 64 will destroy at least 13 years of interagency cooperation and relationship building and intergovernmental coordination now provided by the PHRC LCHRC Memorandum of Understanding, the MOU. The MOU facilitates more effective and efficient delivery of service to both complainants and respondents in Lancaster County. The MOU enables the LCHRC to address and resolve county, state, and federal concerns at the local level while minimizing travel costs to all parties and damages that might accumulate due to a more lengthy case processing time at the state or federal level. In the fiscal year that ended June 30, 2010, there were 99 cases that were dual filed with PHRC and LCHRC pursuant to the MOU. slightly more than half, 51 of 99 complainants, chose to have LCHRC conduct the investigation while PHRC held this and EEOC's investigation in abeyance. However, as of July 23rd, we had 19 cases subject to the MOU to be docketed that were received from Lancaster County since July 1st of 2010. Of those 19 cases, all but one are being investigated by the LCHRC. This emerging preference of people of Lancaster County to have LCHRC conduct investigations related to reduced expense of pursuing complaints and the ability of the LCHRC to complete its investigation in an average of 258 days, as opposed to the 436 days at the Harrisburg Regional Office of the Pennsylvania Relations Commission. The 258-day processing time for LCHRC would be 198 days if you extract the 65 cases in the inventory that are being held pending our investigation. In terms of delivery of service to the people of Lancaster County, the elimination of LCHRC could not come at a worse time. The Harrisburg Regional Office has a case inventory of 2,144 cases with an average caseload of 126 cases per investigator. Although Harrisburg investigators closed an average of 76 cases a year for a fiscal year total of 1,357 cases, the new dockets for the same time period was 1,526, thus adding an additional 169 cases to our inventory. The elimination of LCHRC will add current and future Lancaster County cases to the Harrisburg Regional Office inventory. In addition to the elimination of the investigative enforcement functions performed by LCHRC, the repeal of Ordinance 64 will also eliminate the significant local community service, outreach, and local relationship building function LCHRC provides, especially at a time when our state in general and Lancaster County in particular is undergoing significant demographic change. The impact of multicultural, racial, ethnic, and religious changes due to demographic shifts is no longer confined to the city of Lancaster. Other historically homogeneous towns, and school districts, all of Lancaster County are undergoing significant demographic change. We have observed a variety of intergroup tensions and potential conflicts related to such change. The LCHRC is most effectively positioned to respond locally to the emerging intergroup tensions in schools, communities, and its varied institutions. LCHRC staff in Lancaster has the ability to establish and sustain daily connections with people and organizations that PHRC simply cannot. In addition to case investigations, each LCHRC investigator is responsible for a committee related to police, employment, education, and housing. LCHRC staff is also proactive in conducting community outreach to educate the community on the function of the Commission and conduct training sessions on non-discriminatory practices. We believe there is no substitute for the development and preservation of local relationships that encourage diverse groups and institutions to work together for the good of the overall population. The 1991 passage of Ordinance Number 64 is more than legislation to give the local Human Relations Commission substantial equivalency with the Americans with Disabilities Act. It was a statement of the local government's interest in protecting its investment in all of its inhabitants and to promote domestic tranquility. Repeal of Ordinance 64 officially nullifies Lancaster County's statement of local government interests in all of its inhabitants. The repeal of Ordinance 64 and the elimination of the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission has great potential to foment intergroup tension in Lancaster County and will place great strain on, if not destroy, the local cooperative relationships that were forged through the hard work and sacrifice of scores of nameless men and women here and now gone who remain dedicated to the freedom, justice, and equality for all members of the human family. Again, on behalf of the Harrisburg Regional Office of the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission, thank you for this opportunity to participate in this proceeding.
Commissioner?
If I might, and I don't have a copy of your testimony, Mr. Brunson, you mentioned 39 counties were covered. Is that just the Harrisburg Regional?
That is just the Harrisburg region. Our commission covers 67 counties, but
Right.
the Harrisburg region is the largest of the three.
And you're the regional director there. And
Yes.
you mentioned an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding,
Yes.
that's with the Harrisburg region and Lancaster County and some of the others, or how does that work?
There's a PHRC, LCHRC memorandum, which was the work of several years of deliberations. We first entered into this agreement in 2003, and finding ways to more efficiently and effectively process cases so that it would not be the kind of situation that was talked about before, where an individual would have to come to Lancaster to fulfill local rights, come to Philadelphia for federal rights, come to Harrisburg. But now, under this agreement, the individual can come right to the local office and designate how they want their case processed. There is an election form that is in the materials when someone files that says, I wish to have the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission and the LCHRC investigate my case, but I want LCHRC to take the lead and for Pennsylvania to hold this case in abeyance. Pennsylvania then can dual file that case, this employment case, with the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, a power that LCHRC does not have. So it is an arrangement that streamlines the process, and it actually takes away the duplication of effort, because the findings that are produced by any of the agencies are reviewed by the other agencies. Now, since the initiation of this agreement, there were about 1,066 cases processed. There was only one case that Lancaster submitted that was not, its determination was not accepted by PHRC, and that is because it was a lack of jurisdiction case, because they filed here and the respondent was outside of Lancaster County. And therefore, we took over the case and investigated it, because Lancaster obviously didn't have jurisdiction.
Thank you.
How many Lancaster cases do you have on a yearly basis, on average?
There's an average of about 80 cases that are filed between the two agencies. We have now on hand 99 cases that have been filed under the MOU, and the closure of the cases over this, as of July 23rd this fiscal year, 36 of those cases were closed by LCHRC. In the same time period, PHRC closed 14. This is actual statistics. You're closing them at 3 times the rate that we can. But the protections of both the local, state, and federal are accomplished through Lancaster's investigation now. If you dissolve this agreement, then there'll, first of all, be no local protection, but people will have to come to Harrisburg in order to pursue their rights under the Pennsylvania Human Relations Act, the Fair Educational Opportunities Act, the Equal Employment Opportunities Act, as well as HUD-related cases.
From a geographical perspective, how far west, north do you go? To the east, what's your region look like?
Our region goes out past, on the western side, a little past Cambria County.
Cambria County?
Cambria County. Once you step past Blair and Cambria, you're on your way to Pittsburgh. The Pittsburgh region has 23 counties. And on the eastern, far past Monroe County. And as far up, and all the counties to the north, to the New York border. So we have a very, very large geographic area that we have to cover.
think I have any other. Anything else, Commissioner?
No, thank you very much.
Mr. Brunson, thank you very much for your testimony. Much appreciated. Okay, next up we have Andy Hoover, who is the Legislative Director for the American Civil Liberties Union of Pennsylvania. Good evening, Mr. Hoover.
How were the speakers arranged? How we called in, or how did you do this?
I think they were thrown together. I think as we received testimony from people and as they called in, I couldn't tell you. I know I get handed a list of speakers.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for
Good
the
evening.
opportunity to be here. And thanks for the introduction, Commissioner Martin. My name is Andy Hoover. I'm the Legislative Director for the American Civil Liberties Union of Pennsylvania. The ACLU of PA has 18,000 members statewide. Here in Lancaster County, we have 495 members, and I'm here on behalf of the nearly 500 members of the ACLU of Pennsylvania here in Lancaster County. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony tonight on this issue on the future of the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission. The ACLU of Pennsylvania supports maintaining the LCHRC and urges you to continue funding the Commission. Eliminating the agency would be a step backwards on civil rights. The ACLU of Pennsylvania engages in a great deal of legislative advocacy at the federal, local, and especially at the state level. And so we understand that you as government officials are facing financial strains at this moment. I see that a lot, particularly at the state capitol. And counties, of course, are often at the front lines of those financial struggles, since county governments provide a great deal of services to residents. However, the financial gain that would come from eliminating the LCHRC would be minuscule. Last year, the budget approved by the county commissioners was approximately $150 million. The LCHRC accounted for approximately $500,000 of that budget. Thus, the commission is responsible for, based on last year's budget, 0.3% of the county's annual budget. With the commission responsible for such a small sliver of the annual budget, it is not clear what financial benefit the county will gain by eliminating the LCHRC. But the loss to the county will be great. The existence of the LCHRC is an enhancement to the work done at the state level by the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission. The PHRC, as you've heard from your previous witnesses, is responsible for addressing complaints of discrimination, and their jurisdiction covers the entire state, of course. Their nearest office is in Harrisburg. The LCHRC provides persons with discrimination complaints a local office with professional staff available to thoroughly investigate each claim, a service that the State Commission is unable to provide due to the sheer size of its jurisdiction. The PHRC simply is not able to have an office in every county. And in fact, as you've heard, the Commission's 3 offices are in Harrisburg, Philadelphia, and Pittsburgh. But the people of Lancaster County benefit from having the local LCHRC available to address issues here in the county. In fact, they have staff that works exclusively with county residents and workers. Now, in order to be fair to all parties involved, including the complainant and the subject of the accusation, all complaints of discrimination deserve a great deal of attention and a thorough investigation. Of course, that takes time. It can take the PHRC as long as 3 years to resolve a complaint, from the time the complaint is filed until it reaches a final resolution. Meanwhile, the LCHRC typically resolves its complaints in less than a year. In 2009, the LCHRC performed 1,600 consultations, on average of more than 6 consultations per business day, and processed 150 complaints, a consultation to complaint rate of about 10%. A rate of 10% is comparable to the same rates at the state and federal levels. It is a tremendous advantage to the people of Lancaster County to have the Commission available to investigate and mediate these situations. The LCHRC provides employees and businesses with local staff who work and live in Lancaster County and who understand the culture here, a level of service that a state employee based in Harrisburg likely cannot provide. The elimination of a local Human Relations Commission with professional staff is almost unheard of. Cities that have eliminated Human Relations Commissions include Long Beach, California in 1981, Colorado Springs, Colorado in 1995, and Davis, California in 2006. But Davis and Long Beach both eventually reinstated their HRCs, and Colorado Springs is on the verge of doing the same. In addition, the commissions in these cities were weaker HRCs that did not include full-time staff or the power to conduct investigations. And I should note here that in doing this research, I was looking at municipalities that had similar ordinances to Lancaster County, not including those that include sexual orientation and gender identity or expression in their ordinances. There's been a great deal of debate, as I'm sure you're aware, over that issue around the country. Now, there may be an example out there somewhere in the country that exists of something similar happening somewhere, but I was unable to find one instance in which a local government eliminated a human relations commission that was staffed by full-time professionals. In fact, the trend in Pennsylvania and around the country has been to expand civil rights protections, not roll those protections backwards. In just the last year, Allegheny County and the city of Reading have passed fully inclusive non-discrimination ordinances, and by using the phrase fully inclusive, I'm referring to including sexual orientation and gender identity or expression. The borough of Doylestown, as you've discussed, in Bucks County is on the verge of passing a similar ordinance, and several other municipalities may soon follow. If the commissioners choose to defund and disband the LCHRC, the county will give the appearance, fair or not, that it no longer considers protecting residents and visitors from discrimination to be a high priority. The American Civil Liberties Union of Pennsylvania supports the continuation of the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission. In taking this position, the ACLU of PA stands with the business community, including the Lancaster Chamber of Business and Industry, the faith community, including the Lancaster County Council of Churches and the Lancaster County Coalition for Religious and Social Justice, other civil rights advocates, including the local branch of the NAACP and the Urban League, and the thousands of county residents who agree that the LCHRC is an essential agency. Continuing the work of the Commission sends a clear message that Lancaster County is a place where residents, workers, and visitors can be certain that a local entity exists as a check on anyone who would consider discriminating against another person. On behalf of the nearly 500 members of the ACLU of Pennsylvania who live in Lancaster County, I urge you to only take actions that preserve the LCHRC. Thank you for the opportunity to share our views, and if you have any questions.
Andy, the paragraph you talked about, the 10% rate comparable to the federal and state levels, what's exactly that composed of?
Meaning, so a consultation, and of course the folks from the Commission can explain this better, but this is my understanding of it. A consultation then is when they begin working with a person, and if they get to the level they need to file a complaint, they do that, but only 10% of those consultations turn into a complaint being filed.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else? No. Thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it. Next up, we have Randall Wenger, Esquire, Chief Counsel for the Independence Law Center. Good evening, Randall.
Good evening. My name is Randall Wenger, W-E-N-G-E-R, and I'm a resident of Warwick Township, and I'm also coming, of course, on behalf of the Independence Law Center. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you this evening. And I come to you for two reasons. One, simply as a resident, not so much on the basis of the Independence Law Center, to urge repeal of the Commission for fiscal reasons. But I also come on behalf of the Independence Law Center to ask you, even though this is not part of the agenda right now, because it seems to be wrapped together to some extent, not to expand the Commission's jurisdiction to cover sexual orientation and gender identity. In my capacity with Independence Law Center, I litigate civil rights cases on a regular basis. The need for civil rights protections is in the air that I breathe, and I believe that civil rights protections are very important. I want to be clear to the Commission that residents of Lancaster County will lose no protections, and it would be misleading to communicate that our civil rights are at stake in removing the Commission. I also want to take some time to talk about the risks in expanding an ordinance to cover sexual orientation and gender identity. I believe that that earlier testimony made fairly clear that the protections afforded by the current ordinance here in the county are the same protections that the state gives. They're duplicative protections. We have a different place to go, and that is over to Harrisburg. We can file online. So it's a slightly different process, but it's not an overly burdensome process. And to just give some evidence to the idea that it really is not an overly burdensome process, there are only 5 counties that have human relations commissions, or 4, depending on how you count that. To have Lancaster County among them, among the 4 out of the 67 counties, I think suggests there's not really an overwhelming need in this area. Now, the need that I want to speak to is not that we don't have a need for civil rights protections. It's not that we don't have a need for non-discrimination protections. But to suggest that by removing them from the county, we're turning our backs on civil rights, I believe, is highly misleading. Worse, threatening to go to CNN to suggest that the elimination of the committee means that Lancaster County residents are not welcoming appears to be nothing less than manipulative. I do want to spend some time talking about the inclusion of sexual orientation and gender identity. That's something that Stephen Glassman has been pushing for. That's something that the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission is pushing for. That's something that I believe a number of people in this room are pushing for, and so I think it's worth speaking to at this time. Laws against discrimination reflect societal judgments that certain choices are morally wrong and repugnant to our social norms. Adding sexual orientation and gender identity, however, would dangerously depart from our historic vision of such laws by seeking to villainize and prohibit choices that, far from immoral, are made on the basis of some residents' reason and conscience. The inclusion of these classes, therefore, would pit one group's views on the affirmation that should be given to self-declared homosexual status against others' religious liberty and right of conscience. Ultimately,
folks, we do have a lot to get through tonight. I just ask, and I address it to all sides. I think the clapping and whoever our favorite is, or whatever it might be of what they're saying, let's let everyone have a chance to speak without being interrupted. That way we'll be able to get to people quicker. I know it's very warm in the room as well, so I just ask everyone to please, while they're speaking, give their testimony, to please keep your comments down. Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you. Ultimately, I think inclusion of sexual orientation and gender identity in ordinances like these, or in state laws like the Human Relations Act, treats choices made on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity as the moral equivalent of, say, racial bigotry. And in treating choices as the moral equivalent to racial bigotry, there's suddenly a government-sponsored intolerance to competing viewpoints. Many, including those in favor of greater governmental approval of homosexual behavior, recognize that laws designed to promote acceptance of homosexual behavior are in a collision course with individual conscience and even religious liberties. For instance, homosexual rights advocate and commissioner of the EEOC, Chai Feldbaum, recognizes when, quote, when we pass a law that says you may not discriminate on the basis of sexual orientation, we're burdening those who have an alternative moral assessment. She went on to say that although sexual orientation laws burden religious liberty, that she, quote, has a hard time coming up with any case in which religious liberty should win. This is the conflict we face if we were to add sexual orientation and gender identity to our ordinance. Other jurisdictions, including entire countries, have done so, and I know that we have a lot of people to get through testifying, so in the interest of brevity, I only want to point to a couple examples. For instance, the Catholic Charities in Massachusetts abandoned a longstanding ministry in adoption placement due to a law in that state that prohibits discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation.
1 minute.
And because the church took a position that placement with homosexual couples violated its doctrine, it was forced out of the placement business. There are a number of examples. I know I've only got 1 minute left, so I will be very quick. Gender identity also has some real problems in coming into an ordinance. Other jurisdictions, even the state, have done this. Philadelphia. When you go on Philadelphia's website, they state that persons should be allowed to use gender-appropriate locker and shower facilities, meaning that if you are male and claim to be female and vice versa, that you need to be left in the other shower facilities. That's something to be concerned about in ordinances and laws like these. I know it causes people to laugh, and at the same time, there are actual cases coming out of Philadelphia dealing with issues like that. Thank you very much for your time.
Any questions, comments?
Just a comment, and I'm not looking for a debate, but just a comment. I have difficulty accepting the premise that civil rights is about winning and losing. And when I look at my faith tells me respect for all people, beginning and completely, and that we as human beings are not qualified to judge, but in a civil society what we are required is to treat each other with respect and to love each other as love our neighbor as we love ourselves. So I reject the notion that civil liberties is about winning and losing. Civil liberties is about respect for all people.
If I may respond to that, I agree. We need to treat people with civility and with tolerance, and that's hugely important. There are public policy implications whenever you add a protection in the law. There's sometimes unintended consequences, but once you create a public policy, then you need to stick with that public policy. So, for instance, the photographer in New Mexico, who because of religious reasons was uncomfortable with photographing a lesbian wedding, because of the public policy in place there, she ended up being fined $6,000, and it implicates the way that she lives, not because she was being indecent to people, but because she simply did not want to be participating in photographing an event like that. So I think we need to be clear that when we're trying to respect others, we need to be careful with the kind of laws that we adopt, because we can create intolerance from the government itself. Thank you very much.
Anything else? Thank you very much for your testimony. Next up, we have Josh Dixon, who is the President and CEO of the Urban League of Lancaster County.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Good evening.
Again, my name is Josh Dixon, President and CEO of the Urban League of Lancaster County. Appreciate the opportunity to come before you this evening and provide testimony relative to this issue. 2010 marks the 100th year that the National Urban League has championed the issue of equality and civil rights for African Americans and all other citizens of this nation. The Urban League of Lancaster County has championed those same issues in our own community over the last 45 years. Given this backdrop, one can imagine the concern and anger that I felt when I learned that our county commissioners are considering repealing the Human Relations Ordinance and dissolving the county's Human Relations Commission. Clearly, the thought of living in a community where the county government does not think it necessary to preserve an entity that promotes equal treatment among its citizens is alarming. it's just as alarming to hear the suggestion that the State Human Relations Commission in Harrisburg is equipped to investigate and resolve allegations of employment and housing discrimination that occur right here in Lancaster County. As some of the gentlemen have so eloquently put, they're not necessarily equipped to do so. Given the lack of geographical proximity and the current volume of cases, I think that this is a dubious assumption. I ask, who is more suited to investigate and prove or disprove, for that matter, these types of allegations than individuals who live in and have knowledge of Lancaster County? Obviously, there's a need for the Human Relations Commissions, or it would never have been established in the first place. Given that there were 150 new cases opened in calendar year 2009, that's a 68% increase from calendar year 2008. It's clear that there are some questionable practices occurring in our community, particularly in the areas of employment and housing, with 84% of 2009 cases and 14% of 2009 cases respectively. Given these numbers, isn't it comforting to know that there's a commission in place to complete an investigation to either confirm these types of allegations of discrimination or exonerate those who have been accused but committed no violation? Doesn't the Human Relations Commission also provide the same deterrent to crimes like unemployment and housing discrimination as the police force, prison, or youth intervention center provides for other types of crimes? Certainly, no one here would suggest that we do away with those types of institutions or repeal laws that prevent other types of crimes or that deter other types of crimes. I'm certainly in support of finding creative ways to trim costs in government, and I grasp the concept of thinking regionally by combining services within the state wherever possible. However, I'm staunchly opposed to eliminating an entity such as the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission when it means that discriminatory practices against our citizens would go unchecked, unresolved, or unpunished because of a backload of cases in Harrisburg or Harrisburg-based investigators' ignorance of our local social climate. Clearly, eliminating the Human Relations Commission is a step backward relative to equality in our community, and I stand in support of all of its employees who do such important work in our community. In closing, I'd like to state that as a community, we all say that we value equality, and we want our citizens to be treated fairly and equally under the law. Today, we have an opportunity to take action in support of our values. It is my contention and the position of the Urban League of Lancaster County that we have a moral obligation to utilize our public resources to support and advance our public values. The Commissioners have an opportunity to do just that by committing the necessary financial resources to the Human Relations Commission to ensure that the equality that we value as a community is protected. What we want to see is all citizens, regardless of race, religion, disability, sexual orientation, or gender identification, treated fairly and equally under the law. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Josh.
Thank you.
I do have one quick.
I thought you were done.
Yeah. I can appreciate your use of the example of police force and the youth intervention center. I think the one thing, and do you differ this from, obviously one of government's number one responsibilities is protection of the people, and you did give some good examples there, and all those examples are, you're seeing more of a push for regionalization. Police forces, sometimes people are pushing for the merging of municipal government entities. Just this past, over the course of the last month, 2 detention centers that are our neighbors closed down, moving to a regional model. In your mind, your opinion, differentiate the two for me as far as from the regional perspective, why? Because obviously they're both very important. How do you differentiate the two?
Well, I think that where you find regionalization occurring, you're attempting to find efficiencies and sometimes an increase in services as opposed to a decrease. You know, I stand in support of the statements that the folks that have talked here before me. You know, we're not in a position where we want to see services rolled back or protections rolled back. If there are efficiencies that are going to increase our protections, or if there are efficiencies that are going to allow more people to be protected, I am in support of that. However, I don't see that happening in this particular instance. What I see, again, as other folks have already stated, is that we are in fact rolling back protections. we are in fact sending people elsewhere to find the protection that they previously enjoyed right here locally.
But is that protection, or are we talking about convenience?
I think it's
the protections. The protections are still there. We don't have an active Human Relations Commission staff patrolling the streets. That's why I want to differentiate here. I want to get the feeling from the public. I mean, it's obvious that the civil rights protections are still in place. The key impact that we really need to talk about is the convenience factor. That's probably what is the impact on businesses, on families, on individuals who have to go to Harrisburg. And I've gotten, to be honest with you, I've gotten wide comment on that. As a matter of fact, most of our northern counties are probably closer to Harrisburg than they are to the county seat here in the city of Lancaster. So from a convenience standpoint, do you believe is that what is really driving the opposition?
Well, I believe that in certain instances protections can be lost because of inconvenience. You know, again, if there's an individual who can't get to Harrisburg, if there's an individual who can't afford to travel to Harrisburg in order to exercise his or her rights, is that protection that's been lost? In my opinion, it is. If an individual has the convenience of filing a claim right here and having that claim investigated and potentially adjudicated right here in our own community, that if you want to call it a protection of convenience, go ahead and label it as such. But again, it's still there, and it's going to promote individuals to pursue the protections that exist under the law. So that's where I'm coming from.
Thank you, Josh, for your testimony. It's very informative. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Josh.
Okay, moving on, we have Reverend Dr. Randolph Riggs, President of the Downtown Ministerium and immediate past President of the Lancaster County Council of Churches. Good evening, Reverend.
Good evening. I've invited my colleague and the Executive Director of the Lancaster County Council of Churches, the Reverend Scott Fisher. We will stay within our time limit, but to join me in this statement. My name is Randolph Terry Riggs. I have been a resident of Lancaster County since 1996. I currently reside at 142 North Mary Street in Lancaster City, Pennsylvania. In my professional life, I serve as the pastor of First Presbyterian Church of Lancaster at 140 East Orange Street in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, just a half a block from the county commissioner's offices.
Pastor Riggs, use the microphone.
Sure. I've never been accused of not being able to be heard.
We're not accusing you of that. Just trying to make it convenient for everyone.
Thank you. I'm here to voice my opposition to the proposal to eliminate the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission. I'm here today representing the Downtown Ministerium, a coalition of 25 pastors, serving 15 churches and 4 church-related agencies in Lancaster City. I am also here as a board member and immediate past president of the Lancaster County Council of Churches Board of Directors, which represents 137 churches in the county of Lancaster. While that board is not authorized to speak on behalf of each church individually, we do speak as the agency these churches trust to serve the needs of the poor in Lancaster. So I speak for myself as a citizen, and I also speak for the constituencies that I've listed above with their permission. In a letter to each of the commissioners dated July 14, 2010, and signed by myself as the president of the Downtown Ministerium, the 20 pastors of the ministerium who signed that letter with me spoke of the importance of the HRC as a long-standing part of our county's response to both the historic and contemporary challenges of human rights discrimination and the wider issue of community relations. In our several ministries, we seek to do all we can through word, sacrament, and common witness to strengthen the common good and to tend to the needs of the marginalized. We fully recognize the efforts and responsibilities of the commissioners in seeking to make savings and bring into alignment public finances at a time when tax revenues and the wider economy are lagging after a severe recession. However, our concern lies in ending a commission and the local expression of our commitments to its aims without a proper strategic and funding review being conducted. We went on to say that in considering the elimination of the Human Relations Commission, in order to save the taxpayers' money, we need to look at more than just the bottom line. There is a greater cost at stake than the mere saving of dollars and cents. We need to be aware of the societal costs such a decision would communicate. Again, quoting from our letter, we believe that the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission provides a dispute resolution mechanism as a local alternative to a more costly conventional approaches of investigating and reporting human rights concerns and abuses. Without it, the county leaves only more costly means of addressing the human rights violations or costliest consequences of not addressing them at all. If uninvestigated and unaddressed locally, alleged human rights abuses create tension and dissatisfaction that undermines social cohesion, and can cast doubt on our commitment to shared values. We urge you to use extreme caution in making a decision which jeopardizes the trust which citizens place in their government at a time when the trust in government has reached its lowest levels. The work of the HRC has been a good investment in the public trust by ensuring that those who feel the rights of their rights have been violated have an opportunity to have their complaints heard and seek resolution of those complaints at the local level. I'd like to call on Scott Fisher to speak on behalf of the Council of Churches.
My name is Reverend Scott Fisher, F-I-S-C-H-E-R. I'm a resident of Manheim Township and Executive Director of the Lancaster County Council of Churches. The Lancaster County Council of Churches was there at the beginning of making the investment of the Human Relations Commission here in Lancaster County. In March 1964, the Delegate Assembly went on record to support the creation of a county-wide Human Relations Commission with enforcement powers in lieu of depending on the Commonwealth to do that work for us. The issue then was fair housing, but the Council continues to serve the poor of Lancaster County, and it is the poor whom this decision would fall heaviest on. It is the poor who cannot afford legal representation to have their labor disputes resolved. It is the poor who cannot afford to take a day off or the train fare to Harrisburg in order to have their complaints heard. The Council of Churches recognizes the burden, like the proposal to eliminate the HRC will fall heaviest on the poor. The message the Board of Directors has asked me to bring is this. The Lancaster County Council of Churches Board of Directors, meeting on July 13, 2010, joins with the downtown ministerium in Lancaster City in urging the county commissioners to review cost efficiencies of the LCHRC, but to maintain the LCHRC with adequate staff to serve as the vehicle for resolving complaints regarding civil rights violations in the County of Lancaster.
So the church in the city and the county is united in our plea to consider the greater cost of a decision to eliminate the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission. It is, I'm afraid, a rare thing that churches can be so united. But on this matter, we speak with a common voice, and in doing so, we stand as with the writer of Proverbs in the Old Testament to speak for those who cannot speak for themselves, for the rights of all who are destitute. When the rights of one of our citizens are violated, the rights of all of us are violated. Speaking for myself, for my constituent organizations, I urge you to consider your position carefully and to keep the HRC as an effective agency addressing the human rights of all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
I received this afternoon a letter from the Lancaster County Friends Peace and Social Concerns Committee. May I just submit it to the commissioners?
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Reverend. Okay, next up we have Michael Gear, who is the president of the Pennsylvania Family Institute. Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Good evening.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Michael Gear. I'm President. I didn't know what happened. I didn't know what happened here. My name is Michael Gear. I'm the President of the Pennsylvania Family Institute, which is a nonprofit research and education organization that focuses on policies and cultural trends that impact families. We're founded in 1989. We're based in Harrisburg, and the Institute counts more than 50,000 families across this Commonwealth as members, supporters, or constituents. I'm also a resident of Lancaster County, having lived within the Elizabethtown School District for nearly 21 years and in Conoy Township since 1991. As a transplant to this county, I have found it to be a wonderful place, full of caring and compassion, strong moral convictions, and with a sense of duty and responsibility to our fellow citizens. The level of generosity and private charity in Lancaster County, although I have not seen recent statistics, has long been well above the national average. With those long-standing Lancaster County values and sense of caring, much of it rooted in the religious heritage of those who came to this area seeking liberty and refuge, rests a deep conviction that government is not the source of our liberties, nor should it be the primary source of help in time of need. Government plays a vital role, but a limited one. And much like a growing tree or vine, there are times when it must be pruned. Perhaps it has grown too large or ventured where it does not belong. Maybe there are insufficient resources to sustain the burgeoning plant and it must be trimmed. Cutting back, trimming, pruning, they are all painful but necessary for the tree to continue to bear fruit, that is, to fulfill its main purpose. In today's fiscal climate, not only here in Lancaster but in our state and nation, we have moved well beyond the need for simple pruning. Governments at all levels are in fiscal crisis, and so are families. The free-flowing resources available during the boom times, which fostered irresponsible spending, are not there now, and decisions have to be made. Every cut will be painful, and every program has a constituency that will be impacted. At the Pennsylvania Family Institute, we have long understood that the cost of government ultimately is a cost borne out by individuals and families. When taxes go up, families are impacted, sometimes to the point that it creates a need for additional government programs. For example, high taxes have led more families to need two incomes to make ends meet, leading to calls for government programs like universal government daycare, which will cause even higher taxes, and so it goes. As a citizen of Lancaster County, I applaud our county commissioners for looking at ways to reduce spending and thereby lessen the need to place further burdens on the already overburdened taxpayer. With regard to the proposed elimination of the Lancaster Human Relations Commission, I will not disagree. I hope I'm not out of time. Okay. It's quite all right. We can reset right at 7 minutes. I will not disagree that the Commission has done beneficial things. I know people who have personally benefited from them. Some of my friends are on a different position on this issue. But quite frankly, given the size and growing scope of government today, it is hard not to know someone who isn't impacted in some favorable, or for that matter, unfavorable way by government programs. The Lancaster County Commissioners have determined to look at whether elimination of the County Human Relations Commission will be a net positive for the county. Will the cost savings, estimated to be at or around $500,000 per year, outweigh the impact of the elimination of services, not the elimination of protections, but the elimination of services? A strong case can be made, I contend, that not only can cost savings be realized with the elimination of the HRC, but that there will not be any elimination of services, since the county HRC is duplicative of what is available from the State Human Relations Commission. Simply put, claims of discrimination within the county that could be filed and reviewed by the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission can be, and in many cases currently are, instead filed and reviewed by the State Human Relations Commissions. There is no ultimate loss of service, although there may be a loss of convenience. Consider, though, that 62 or perhaps 63 of Pennsylvania counties do not have human relations commissions. Citizens in those jurisdictions have the same rights and protections under state law that Lancaster County residents do. They file their complaints with the state office, which interestingly a number of Lancaster citizens have also chosen to do. And the vast majority of all the citizens in those 62 counties live farther from the state HRC in Harrisburg than we in Lancaster County do. I live closer to Harrisburg, where I live in Lancaster County, than I do to Lancaster City. Close the Lancaster HRC and our citizens can do what those in all but 4 other counties do. Is it worth saving $500,000 a year for years to come without any real net loss in civil rights protection? I think the answer is clear. As a taxpaying resident of Lancaster County, I would encourage strong consideration of the elimination of the commission. As a representative of the Pennsylvania Family Institute, I wish to commend the Lancaster County commissioners who are seeking to keep a rein on spending and taxes that so deeply impact families and the future of our children. I will mention another key issue that has become entangled with the issues discussed here, the intense lobbying efforts to add sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression to the County Human Relations Act. Although that proposal is not before the commissioners at present, I would like to briefly address it in my testimony. First, I would encourage the commissioners, should they choose not to repeal Ordinance 64, not to add sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression to the code. To do so would be damaging to the moral fabric of our society. It would put the rights of conscience and religious liberties of our citizens at risk. The egregious persecution of the Boy Scouts organization of Philadelphia simply for upholding a consistent and legal moral stand is but one example of the public policy implications of such an ordinance. 1 minute. I have more in my comments, which you have, so what I would like to just spend my 1 minute or less now to do, first of all, I would like to express my outrage at Stephen Glassman making threats to this county and suggesting that there are loss of protections rather than loss of services. To suggest that he is going to somehow make a national issue out of making Lancaster County like 63 other counties in this state with full civil rights protections for every citizen in this county is an outrageous thing, and I hope that the county commissioners at least are not intimidated by that sort of rhetoric.
No, but Mr. Greer, I think what we talked about at the beginning, Mr. Geer, I'm sorry, I apologize.
Right.
I think what we talked about at the beginning of the hearing is to direct your comments at the board on the subject, not debate the issue. And I think the person that called out is just as inappropriate as it is for you to comment on another person's testimony. If you want to make a statement on your position on the Human Relations Commission, you are more than welcome to do so. But in order for things to remain civil, we've got to not have this cross communication.
Okay.
And Mr. Glassman is just as has every right to his opinion as you do yours. If you would like to say that you don't believe there will be any economic impact, you're entitled to do that, but you're not entitled to call him out, and neither is anybody else.
Okay, my apologies, Commissioner. I apologize for that. I am a resident of Lancaster County, and that is, I mean, as a resident, his statement hits home for those who would be concerned about that. So that is the genesis. I apologize for speaking in that way.
Any questions, comments?
No.
Any questions, comments?
Well, thank you very much for your testimony. I appreciate you coming down to do that. Next up, we have Kim Smith, who is the board chair of the Lancaster Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Good evening, Kim.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you very much for this opportunity to be here with you tonight and to provide testimony in regard to this proposal. My name is Kim Smith. I am the chair of the Board of Directors for the Lancaster Chamber of Commerce and Industry. In my professional life, I am an attorney and partner with the law firm of Hartman, Underhill, and Brubaker, with 15 years of practice in the areas of employment, labor, and school law. On behalf of the Chamber Board and our entire membership, first of all, and again, I do thank you for this opportunity. We appreciate the opportunity for a public hearing at which you are willing to hear all positions. I'm here tonight as a representative of the Chamber to provide our views from a business and more practical perspective, but I also want to make myself available to you should you have any questions regarding my work experience with the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission, the PHRC, as well as the EEOC. My work partners are in support of my attendance here this evening, and in fact several of our major clients, several with multi-state and international operations, indicated their willingness to make their names available to you after the hearing should you wish to question them in terms of their support for maintaining the commission. After hearing the proposal to repeal Ordinance 64, the Chamber did a due diligence, very thorough, and vetted the proposal with various constituencies within the Chamber, and from that context we developed our position statement, which quite simply supports the continuation of the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission. We want to be very clear, though, to the commissioners and to the public that we applaud your efforts to reduce and to look for efficiencies within local government. It's fair to say that your efforts have not gone unnoticed, and it's greatly appreciated. However, in the feedback that we received from our members who have direct experience with the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission, it became very clear that their obligation to us was to convey to the commissioners that the Lancaster County businesses do find and have found the Lancaster County Commission to be of tremendous value. You have the text from my remarks, but Commissioner Martin has graciously allowed me to stray from that slightly, so I'd like to just emphasize some of the salient points and provide you with some anecdotal information in support of those points. First of all, Lancaster businesses, I want to also state that while we do agree that both the local statute and the Pennsylvania Human Relations Act provide duplicate protections, essentially, we do not agree that the level of service or the processes or the degree of responsiveness and sometimes, unfortunately, professionalism is the same between the two agencies. Should the Lancaster County Commission be disbanded or its authority diminished, Lancaster County residents and businesses would be impacted negatively. 3 examples come to mind. We believe that Lancaster County businesses are best served by the local commission. We think it's important where investigators know the community, they know the businesses, they know business leaders and their reputation. We believe further that Lancaster County residents and businesses are best served within that local body. Local enforcement brings a greater degree of authority and accountability within the community, plus the fact that the commission understands our local culture, our work ethic, our commitment to the community that our businesses and employers have. And when the commissioners consult with individuals or investigate complaints, we believe that they do so with that working knowledge of Lancaster County and all that makes us and our workplaces unique and special. You've heard some of the research. Our research supports also that the level of turnaround from the Lancaster County is 258 days, which is in contrast to the approximately 400 days under the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission. From my own personal perspective, I have handled numerous complaints for 15 years at both agencies. Rarely, if ever, have I had a Lancaster County Commission complaint that has exceeded 1 year from start to finish. Rarely, if ever, have I had a Pennsylvania case that's concluded within a year. And in fact, just last year, we recently resolved a case at the Pennsylvania Human Relations level after 7 years. Delays in the process and the complaint impact both the complainant and the companies and employers. Legal fees, as much as I like them, my clients don't tend to appreciate those, but those legal fees tend to mount, as well as another factor that I might raise. We represent a lot of public entities, and the Chamber represents and has members from public entities. Those folks are often through audits required to list unresolved litigation matters or potential litigation. When you have a matter that's on your audits and your rolls for a prolonged period of time, your insurance rates will go up because of the risk of potential litigation and unresolved cases. So the fact that they don't get resolved in a timely manner has both direct and indirect costs to employers. In terms of the 1,600 consultations and the 160 cases, the 10%, Mr. Martin, that also reflects our research that we did about that 10% level, and I don't have those numbers with me tonight, the exact ones, but I'd be happy to get those to you. Imagine if the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission is disbanded. Is the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission equipped and prepared to have that influx of 1,600 cases or 600 or 150 cases? We know that the governor is meeting with his leaders on Monday to talk about massive layoffs and furloughs. I can't imagine that the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission won't be touched by that, so I don't know that they're going to be in a position, as we've heard tonight, to be able to handle that overflow. We also want to have a concern and would like to share just briefly with you about the process and some of the differences between the Lancaster process and the state process and the impact that that has negatively on businesses. When you're served with a Lancaster County complaint, or when a complaint comes through Lancaster County, there's a complaint, there's an answer, and there's a fact-finding conference. When you're served with a Pennsylvania Human Relations complaint, there's a complaint, but the Human Relations Commission gets a packet to the employer that contains generally about 5 pages requesting discovery and production of documents that the employer or the business is then obligated to try to produce within 30 days, 60 days at the most. So the burden up front for employers is tremendous under the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission. It's a much more expeditious and a much more streamlined process at the Lancaster County level, and we believe that if all of those cases were shifted to the state, the delays would be incredible and the cost would be significant. Finally, while we, as the Chamber, believe and have experienced that the views expressed by our members do run the gamut in terms of why the Commission should be saved, it's very clear that the majority of our members who weighed in and with whom we had contact believe that in favor of keeping the county human relationship is an issue of fairness, and that the best way to protect the rights of individuals and employers and Lancaster County businesses is to keep the investigative body right here at home. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim, for your testimony on behalf of the Chamber. We appreciate it very much. Just a question on process in regards to dealing with Harrisburg and with Lancaster County, which you indicated you have experience in both. At the state level, does there appear to be, what I've been told is there's staff turnovers, new staff has to get acclimated to the thing, it's a delay, it's a delay, it's a delay because of some of that. Has that been your experience with the Harrisburg, with doing it out of Harrisburg versus doing it out of Lancaster?
Yes. And in fact, that's probably one of the primary reasons for the one case that went 7 years. The one fact finder was moved to a different department within the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission, which is not unusual. So there was a learning curve for the new person, and then as it went through the line, there continued to be staff changes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the longer the time goes, may I use your quote? Kim said at the chamber dinner.
We're expensive.
They're expensive, but she said lawyers are funny until you need one. But to build on that, the longer the time goes, the more expensive for the defendant or claimant if they've hired their own attorney. Is that accurate?
Absolutely, that is accurate. And if I may add one more point. You can imagine the alarm to the business community and to the legal community when at a legal continuing education seminar, a representative from the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission indicated that their role is to serve as an advocate for the complainant. That sends a real stab of fear into our hearts because they are to be neutral, and most certainly I think that was probably an aberration. I hope it would be, and I've already spoken to my colleagues from the PHRC that I was going to be making some remarks, but that's a concern in terms of the delivery of service.
Has that been your experience at the local level?
No. I don't always agree with their decisions, but I always feel that they're fair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm done.
Kim, how often do you deal with cases that are duly filed?
Mr. Martin, almost all of the cases, Scott, almost all are dual filed anymore. And the reason that they do that is because if a case, you can dual file a case so that you have the protections of all of these statutes that go with it. But with the Memorandum of Understanding and the caseload sharing, almost certainly cases that are filed with the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission will stay here, except for the example of the jurisdictional issue. And so they'll stay here, they'll stay local, and they'll get resolved at this local level. The dual filing piece only comes in the endorsement by the PHRC of endorsing whatever the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission has found. And I have never had them in my 15 years, or as long as they've had the MOU, overturn a Lancaster County decision. So there is not a duplication of they review to make sure everything's in place, but they have not reheard the complaint.
So our cases are re-reviewed from Harrisburg?
Just reviewed from a legal perspective to make sure that that there's the rationale for the determination. A determination will say probable cause, there's probable cause to believe there's discrimination, or no probable cause. And they'll just make sure that they agree with whatever that outcome is. If I may add one other thing about convenience, and it's hard for me as a management employer to really defend plaintiffs' rights, but we do that every now and then. There was a comment, I think, made about the convenience or that we can simply do everything online. I would point out that whereas the complaint forms for the PHRC are online, you cannot file electronically. So you still have to go to the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission to file to Harrisburg.
Kim, with any of your clients, have you ever come across any of your clients, whether because of physical disability or financial condition, that they could not, let's say, go to the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission? Have there ever been petitions to request people, for the fact finders or investigators, to come to the home area?
No. The only time I have seen a Pennsylvania Human Relations fact finder come is if they wanted to make an on-site visit of the premises, just to see what the climate or work culture might be. But it's part of their investigation. It was not to accommodate the company.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Okay. Next up, we have Nathan Benefield, who's the Director of Policy Research at the Commonwealth Foundation for Public Policy Alternatives. Good evening.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to present tonight. My name is Nate Benefield. I'm with the Commonwealth Foundation in Harrisburg. Our primary research and policy work is focused on the state level, on statewide issues. For instance, recently we released a report on the state budget, and we advised lawmakers to consider every dollar of state spending and where the money goes in every single program, especially given the current fiscal constraints facing the state. And those same principles apply at the county level. And we've identified a number of questions that county officials need to ask about every program. Is that program a function of government? Is it a function of county government? What are the goals of the program? How are those measured? And is the program achieving those goals? What would happen if it was left to the private sector? And if it is a function of government, could it be delivered more cost effectively? And we should ask these questions about the $470,000 spent each year on the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission. For starters, only 5 counties have such a similar agency. 62 do without that. One should question whether this is appropriately a function of county government or if it's better delivered elsewhere. As mentioned previously, the state has a Human Relations Commission, which is a $13 million operation, performs many of the same duties, and Lancaster County residents pay for state services through their taxes, but receive no reimbursement from the state for the services provided at the county level. And again, additionally, many of the services are provided by the Federal Equal Opportunity Employment Commission and even the City of Lancaster's Human Relations Commission. So this should give pause to whether this is properly found in county government or elsewhere. Further, you should consider the efficacy of the Human Relations Commission, at least as a government entity. In 2009, an overwhelming majority of cases brought to the Commission were dismissed for lack of probable cause, a lack of jurisdiction, or were withdrawn. And while enforcement of anti-discrimination laws would certainly fall under the purview of government, the Human Relations Commission engages in a number of activities that may be considered more symbolic. These include forums, community fairs, public relations activities, and broad discussions about diversity. For instance, in their latest newsletter I found online, they had an article about tips for communicating with a diverse audience. Now, this is certainly practical information for anyone who wants to communicate with a diverse audience, but it's also ideas which can be found on thousands of other websites which are not funded by the government. The Human Rights Commission also holds a number of events for the recognition and appreciation of local police. And as citizens, I think we need to do a better job of thanking our law enforcement officers, such as some of the men in this very room, for the work they do to keep us safe and protect us. But I don't think we need a government agency either to remind us of that duty or to do it for us. And many tonight have argued that we need to protect civil rights, and this is certainly true. But it's questions of whether the 62 other counties without a Human Relations Commission do not protect the civil rights of their residents. Does Lancaster County have, is it unusual in that it has far greater discrimination that necessitates a Human Relations Commission? Or does it do far better in terms of a lack of discrimination because of the presence of the HRC? And I know I wasn't supposed to ask the Commission questions, that was part of the rules, but I'm pretty much leaving these questions on your plate and not providing much of an answer. But the key question of this debate is whether the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission actually works to adjudicate discrimination, or does it give the appearance of promoting diversity? If the board sees fit to retain the Human Relations Commission, they should also reconsider the amount of funding it receives, as well as the duties it performs. We think greater transparency could help inform this debate, and the Commonwealth Foundation has advocated both that the state government and local governments put all of their spending online in a searchable database, kind of a checkbook registry of spending. And seeing exactly how the HRC spends all of its dollars would help taxpayers, citizens, and elected officials make a more informed decision about whether it is truly necessary. In conclusion, I think it's important to consider both the costs and the benefits of the Human Relations Commission and ask whether, not just whether it promotes diversity, but really what the true outcomes are, the results and the performance of having the Human Relations Commission in Lancaster County are. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony this evening.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Reverend Edward Bailey from Bethel African Methodist Church. Good evening, Reverend.
Good evening. How are you tonight?
Good. Yourself?
Fair to middling, as the old folk would say. To the County Commissioners of Lancaster County, for the record, my name is Reverend Edward Bailey, and I stand here, or sit here, representing Bethel African Methodist Episcopal Church, founded in 1817, making it one of the oldest continuous congregations in Lancaster County. Bethel has been and continues to be an agent advocating for the change for the diverse residents of our community and our neighbors at large. Our concern tonight as a congregation is your possible decision to abolish the Human Rights Commission and abolish the Civil Rights Ordinance of Lancaster County. Believe me, if your proposal was to make a budgetary decision and adjust their budget accordingly as taxpayers, we would have totally understood. From our perspective, it seemed as if with all intents and purposes, understood by the messages from your interviews in the local media, you're determined to abolish, again from our perspective, a most worthy and beneficial organization as well as ordinance. Your reasoning, if we are to understand it, is that you feel such services provided by the local HRC are necessary because they are provided by Harrisburg. Therefore, it is believed that from your perspective, you have concluded there is a duplication of services. We have no information on what you are basing your comments, since we have not been privy to all of your conversations, although you have had our written testimony for over 2 days to peruse and discuss at will. Yet it is impossible for us to believe that you fully understand the workings of either the local or statewide office of HRC. This statement is not to insult or question your intelligence. Instead, it is meant to augment your future discussions so that it is on par with those of us who have had the unfortunate circumstances that made it necessary to avail such services. There has been a budget reduction of over 20% for the statewide office, meaning reduction and an inability of services and staff to address the cases that they already have, much less being able to further burden with the providing services for Lancaster County as well. Surely you fully understand that such justice would be delayed even more than in the past. For many folk who depend on such august bodies to provide protection for themselves in areas of employment, housing, and public accommodations, justice would not just be delayed, but as a matter of fact, because of an overburdened system, justice would be clearly denied. Not only would abolishing the HRC for so-called budgetary reasons be a hardship on both complainants and respondents, it would also add a financial and logistical nightmare as well. Under your future scenario, not only would the complainants and respondents be forced to, at times, travel over 80 miles, deal with persons from Harrisburg who may or may not have any understanding of our values, our work ethic, and mores as would a local Lancaster HRC field representative. But even worse, there is no guarantee, not just for a fair resolution, but because of the backlog, a case may not get addressed at all. But to be very clear that an issue for us at Bethel is an even larger and more pressing issue. We do not believe that your argument of duplication of service is intellectually honest for the following reasons. Number one, as taxpayers and residents of Lancaster County, we know that the majority of our neighbors are against bigger government and are for local government, mainly because local issues are very rarely addressed by governing from a distance, and even when they are, it is generally not in a manner that pleases us. That is why we choose to have a duplication of services provided by state and provided also by county and city governments. with the arguments you have posed for abolishing the Lancaster and Civil Rights Ordinance, we could use the same and say we need to abolish the Lancaster County Board of Commissioners because of duplication of services. We could become even more irrational by proposing, because of duplication of services, we should abolish at least 2 of the county commissioner positions. As you well know, there is an abundance of duplications of services, yet we live with it and pay for these services because they benefit us locally as Lancaster County residents and taxpayers. The second issue, and probably most important to us, is a predominantly African American congregation who testify to any and all that we are unapologetically Christian and unashamedly black, is the message of racism being and discrimination and segregation being of the past. You have sent a message by choosing to abolish the Civil Rights Ordinance rather than downsize the Lancaster HRC. So many of our white friends and sometimes even our neighbors, when the discussion of racism ensued, always asked the question, well, are not things better? The answer, to put it bluntly, is that we did not march in the heat of the day, face water hoses and dogs, and the nightsticks that were used in the day to bash in our heads just for things to be better. We did not face discrimination of the past of Rocky Springs, segregated lunch counters, and lack of employment in downtown public places just for things to get better. We fought for equal rights and to be judged not by the color of our skin, but the content of our character, and not just for things to get better. Your abolishing of the HRC Civil Rights Ordinance is based on a false assumption spreading across America. We hear it said constantly as African Americans and fully understand that it's so-called post-racial era that there are many who are quick to state that if racism and discrimination ever existed, it is gone now. They base the majority of their silly belief on the election of Barack Obama. There is no way a black man could have been elected president of the United States, they say, if America was as racist as black people say it is. Or we may have a few racists like Reverend Jesse Jackson, Reverend Al Sharpton, and even locally our own Reverend Bailey, but that's about it. As it is only the eater of the apple that can describe the taste, so it is with those of us who have experienced racism. As an abuser and his friends have no understanding of the pain caused their victim, those who continue to posture in their racist ways have no understanding of what racism is or even what it looks like. How else could people walk around with posters bearing mock images from the Jim Crow era of the 1820s and not know that it is not only racist, but an insult to the President of the United States and to every red-blooded African American? But the idiots who carry the signs are not the real problems. No, they're the nice folks such as our commissioners who work with people who look like us, live around people who look like us, and even go to churches with people who look like us, that stand in the same crowds and not offended and say amen to the statement that racism is dead and only a part of America's past. Mr. Commissioners, the message you are sending, hopefully unknowingly, is one that says to our confused neighbor that racism and discrimination no longer exist in Lancaster County. Lancaster no longer cares about the unfair treatment of persons who may not be acceptable in employment, housing, or public accommodations. In closing, in the past, our local community, our wise local community leaders, before a decision was made or entertained as the one you are proposing, level-headed leaders would have called in folk who had been affected by the decision and got a response. We could have avoided what we believe is an insulting and embarrassing statement made by this commission that abolishes the Human Rights Commission and the law. And we were not asked, but we would strongly recommend keeping our local Human Rights Commission intact as presently constructed. And the next time the fox suggests closing and abolishing the fence around the hen yard, please consult the chickens first.
Thank you, Reverend. And I just want to say that we actually had a conversation about you proposing to abolish the county commissioners earlier tonight, and we all thought that would get the most applause tonight. So,
I recommend.
Thank you, Reverend.
Thank you for your testimony, Reverend. Okay, next up we have Pastor Louis Butcher Jr. from Brightside Church. Good evening, Pastor.
My name is Louis Butcher. I'm a resident of the city of Lancaster. I'm senior pastor at Brightside Church. I appreciate the opportunities to offer testimonies to the county commissioners. And I begin by appealing to you not to abolish Ordinance 64 and dismantle the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission. My testimony has been submitted to you, and essentially it is comprised of a column that I wrote in a local newspaper earlier this month. I would like to summarize that testimony by talking about 3 areas of what I wrote. First of all, I had the privilege of serving as the executive director of this same Lancaster County Human Relations Commission for nearly 15 years. And I can testify to and attest to the fact that it is a valuable and necessary arm of government in this county. First, I want to talk about process for a moment. I believe that it's very unusual for both potential complainants and potential respondents to both rally for the retention of the Human Relations Commission. And I think it clearly points out the value not just to those who are aggrieved or perceive themselves to be aggrieved, but also to those that are considered to be the respondents or those who have carried out the acts of harm. It points to the efficient, effective, and fair way that cases are handled at the local level. Not only does the complainant benefit by what you've already heard as far as testimony in terms of distance and cost, but the local businesses and landlords and educational institutions benefit because the Human Relations Commission staff has a familiarity with past practices. When I served on the commission, it was very easy to detect trends in local companies that were discriminatory. And rather than point an accusatory finger immediately, we took the tack that education was the best policy, and we would reach out and try to help them correct their errors and their illegal acts in the workplace to make Lancaster County a safer and fairer place to work. Consequently, the local commission needs to stay intact. There's no hidden agenda. The time factor and the cost factor is very important. These are your taxpayers. On the county website, one of the aspects of the mission is to be customer friendly. And with the cost of the commission being minimal in terms of the overall county budget, I believe it behooves the commissioners to reconsider abolishment of this commission. Let me then move quickly to the idea of cost. You're more aware than I of the costs per capita of the commission versus the service that it performs. And let me point out, in terms of the history of the commission, your predecessors several times removed, and I'll mention them by name, Commissioner Jim Huber and Commissioner Robert Boyer, were proud fiscal conservatives in this county. Commissioner Huber often mentioned the fact that Lancaster County had the lowest per capita cost of government in the state. Yet both of them and their subsequent successors understood and agreed that a local Human Relations Commission was far more efficient and beneficial to their local taxpayer base than having people traipse to Harrisburg with interminable cases that may or may not be decided in an equitable fashion. For the investment, it's good business, and it is a good way for county to serve its taxpayer base. And the last point I wanted to raise is that of duplication. Commissioner Martin, I heard, and if this is permitted to mention this aspect of previous testimony, I heard that you asked one of the persons who was testifying about free money, whether there was reimbursement from the state coffers for the local commission. The answer is no, as you're well aware. You also talked about certain mandated services that the county must carry out in behalf of the state where funding is available. But I would like to raise this question, or at least make this statement. The state of Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth, has some of the most beautiful state parks that you'll find anywhere in the country. And I believe that the beauty of Lancaster County is preserved in a fine and very well-maintained county park and recreation system. My question is there a pass-through from the state Parks Department to the local county Parks Department? Because as I studied the county code, parks and recreation is not mandated by the county code, rather it is permitted. And I'm just wondering if there's a duplication of services because the state offers park and recreation facilities. Should this county then abolish the local park system and send all of its residents to the state parks here in Pennsylvania?
There is a lot of push to privatize parks.
So
but looking and having public discourse on every single thing that we do and having public conversation and looking at what we do and what we should continue to do, I think is a healthy dialogue. And ever since we've been here, we've been doing that. And we'll continue to do that. So this is what this forum is for. So I do appreciate your comments, though. That's a good analogy that you utilize.
Yeah, I was just addressing the unmandated services that are being performed by the county with no reimbursement from state or federal government.
And I don't disagree. I do not disagree with you on that. And obviously, in these types of situations, in this economic environment, you need to have government on all levels looking at all things that are mandated and not mandated, whether or not we should still be engaged in them. So that I agree with.
Reverend Butcher, just fair to point out, you and I have met twice on this issue and had very good conversations and good dialogue on the whole thing. I appreciate that very much. So I appreciate your outreach and the fact that you were willing to sit down and chat. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Reverend. Okay, next up we have Rabbi Jack Paskoff, the Congregation of Sharai Shumim. Am I saying that right? Not even close. All right, good. Good evening, Rabbi.
Good evening. Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to address you at this meeting. I speak today on behalf of both Congregation Sharai Shumim and the Lancaster County Coalition for Religious and Social Justice, representing over 20 religious, educational, and communal organizations. Shortly after I arrived in Lancaster in 1993, I was invited to attend a closed-door, off-the-record meeting between a group of members of the clergy and the gentlemen who were then our county commissioners. Our clergy group was concerned about guaranteeing fair housing for gay and lesbian individuals in our community, as there were no legal safeguards in place to protect them. One of the commissioners posed the following scenario to our group. Suppose I own a two-family house. I live with my wife and young children on the first floor, and we rent the second floor. Two men, identifying themselves as a gay couple, come to rent the second floor. My religious principles are such that I believe they are going to hell because of their homosexuality. Are you suggesting that I must rent them my apartment, with my young children being exposed to their behavior, and my belief that what they are doing is against the teachings of my faith? If they just presented themselves as roommates, if they conceal their sexual orientation, I wouldn't object. But if they're going to flaunt their sexual orientation, must I rent them my apartment? I countered with the following. I'm Jewish. Based on what you have shared about your religious beliefs, I'm fairly certain that you believe that I'm going to hell as well. As a non-Orthodox Jew wearing no outward signs of my Jewishness, I could conceal my faith just as those two men could conceal their homosexuality. Would you defend my right to fair housing? The commissioner who posed the original scenario spoke circuitously for about 20 minutes, but in the end he refused to say that he would protect my rights either. These were cases that, at least in the minds of those commissioners, could have easily been overcome by individuals denying a part of themselves. How much the more so is there a need to defend the rights of those whose religious, racial, or ethnic identities or physical infirmities cannot be concealed. I thought Lancaster had come a long way since then, although we still had a long way to go, as the county never reached the point of recognizing the need to protect the rights and dignity of people based on sexual orientation. But tonight we're right back there, threatening to remove the local infrastructure that costs only $1 per county resident per year that would protect the basic human rights of people living here in our county. We know the counter-argument, the argument that says that an office like this one is redundant. There are state-level offices to address these same concerns. For better, and yes, sometimes for worse, the Judeo-Christian heritage is a pillar of life in this county. In Jewish life, we are now in our annual reading of the book of Deuteronomy. In a couple of weeks, we will read the grand call, Tzedek, Tzedek Tirdof, justice, justice, you must pursue. Our faith tradition doesn't say that justice is nice. It doesn't say that justice is desirable when state government gets around to it. It doesn't say that justice is reserved for those who can take the time and have the wherewithal to come to Harrisburg to file their grievances. It doesn't say, be patient, justice will come. The mandate is clear. Justice is something we must pursue. We have to go after it. We have to make it happen. We have to bring it about. I just learned last week how efficient the state system is at addressing grievances. Apparently, a case that goes to the state for resolution can take as many as 464 days or more to be resolved. Some cases have been known to linger for years. Add to that the Lancaster County caseload, and it will take even longer. As opposed to that, within the county system, it takes about half a year. Imagine for a moment the case of a breadwinner who loses her job on a human relations issue. How many families can hold out for a year and a half while the wheels of justice turn? How many cases will be dropped completely because an individual or family just doesn't have the resources to stay in the fight? In the well-known words of William Gladstone, justice delayed is justice denied. History has taught us how true that is. Far be it from us to deny justice from those who most desperately need to have their rights defended. Please keep in mind that if we're forced to go to the state level for these cases, the time and money spent is a burden not just on the plaintiff, but on the defendant as well. Business owners and landlords will have to travel to Harrisburg. What is their time worth? What about fuel costs and legal representation? The plaintiff is not the only one affected. Of course, this information all speaks to the worst case scenario, the cases that actually come to the Commission. That's what makes news. What doesn't is the behind-the-scenes work being done in consultation and education that improves the quality of life in Lancaster, that prevents human relations misdeeds from happening in the first place, that opens doors to mutual understanding, tolerance, and acceptance. I think we can be fairly certain that that element would be lost forever. In my synagogue for a number of years, we had a treasurer who spoke a great truth. He consistently reminded us that budgets are a reflection of our priorities. Let us be certain that when the record of this period in the history of our county is told, our descendants will look with pride at the priority we maintain: justice, dignity, and compassion for all. Commissioners, I don't envy your task of balancing a budget to serve an entire county. I do ask that you be bold in stating in no uncertain terms what this county stands for. In this spirit, I would like to thank Commissioner Lehman for his leadership in trying to keep our local commission in place. Commissioner Stuckey and Commissioner Martin, I implore you to keep the Human Relations Commission in place in our county. Let us continue to lead the way in Pennsylvania, one of the handful of counties that makes the pursuit of human rights and human dignity of paramount importance. In the Bible, we are called upon to be a light unto the nations. I pray that you see the need to be a beacon both within our county and beyond. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening.
Thank you, Rabbi. Okay, next up, we have Kobe Burns, President of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People in Lancaster. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. I want to thank you very much. Hopefully you can hear me here. I want to take a few minutes just to talk about more or less where we want to go as a community. We've heard all of the facts, and we've listened to different sides, but we also have to prepare for the future as well. And the future facing us is that we will have a diverse population going forward. As we continue to go from each decade, we are looking at a sense of where there would be significant growth of other races coming into Lancaster County. If you look at the population trend back in 1990, we were looking at 422,000 people roughly in the Lancaster County. You look at 2000, you're looking at a trend of 470,000. Each one of those decades, you've seen significant increase in the minority population. And this trend will continue with the next 2010 census. And so what we have to do now is prepare the future and make certain that as we have more minorities coming into the community, we're looking for the same opportunities as anyone else, we have to make sure that we have a proper foundation so that everybody feels as if they have an opportunity and will be treated fairly. And that is one of the significant value of having an institution in place to make sure that there's balance and that people don't feel that they do not have a recourse as far as being discriminated against. That's one of the main reasons it was initially put in place, is to deal with the discrimination. Apparently the commissioners in the past had issues as far as employment or housing. Now those conditions have not changed when you have a significant growth in such a population. And when you have to deal with cultural differences, that also creates a kind of a pull and take in the community. So the question is, if we know we are going to have this growth forthcoming, how do we prepare to make sure that we have a balanced community and that we go forward as one society and everybody feels as if they're being treated fairly? And that's a significant thing we have to look at. We have to look down the road and prepare for tomorrow. And tomorrow will be that there will be more interaction with other races. They are not going to stop coming to Lancaster because the word is out. It's a great place to be, and it is. It's a great place to raise a family. It's a great place to raise your family. You don't have to worry about the fear factor coming from a place like a New York or Philadelphia. So families are coming here. Word of mouth is spreading. And so we have to make certain that when people do come here, that they do not feel as if they're being denied an opportunity because of who they are as another race. And so the balance of getting all of us on the same page is a challenge for anyone. And the Human Relations Commission serves well in that capacity as a referee. That's basically, they're good at it, and they can call the judgment for what it is. They can make certain that everybody is treated fairly. If we want to advance as a community, these are the things that we have to do. You know, a lot of communities in the past, in other cities, they make the wrong call. And when you make the wrong call, it causes your community to be in a stagnant or deceivable state. And the most important thing we have to do tonight is not make the wrong call anytime, whenever decision. We cannot make the wrong call here because it can set us back no matter what. You will get a stigma if you repeal this ordinance. When it is perceived that this is a racist county, it does have an economic impact no matter what someone says. It will impact you economically. And the question is, will it be worth losing $7 million to save $470,000? Now, I'm an accountant. There's no way I consider $470,000 in a $150 million budget significant. It is just not significant enough to be able to destroy an institution that's going to make the well-being of our community better. And it serves everybody. We have an opportunity to be forward-looking here. Now, whether we take that opportunity, it's up to us. I think the community has already spoken. All across all segments, the community is saying we are not ready to turn back the tide and go back. And that's what it would be. You would be going backward. And the worst thing we could do is to be stigmatized in this way as other communities who have made the wrong call get stigmatized by. It is not going to go away just because one get rid of the budget. Do you think there are enough people out there who are ready to make noise no matter what? And they're going to protest. And you know what NAACP stands for. We don't sit back and allow this kind of stuff to happen to our community. And it is a national known organization. Now, I am more comfortable in the role of, when someone asks the question, who is Kobe Burns? I'm more comfortable in that role. But I'm forced to be center stage, and I'm more of an introvert, but I have no problem speaking out when I think we're going the wrong way. And that's what I've done when I wrote my article in the paper. If we're going the wrong way, we have to all speak out. And I think that's why we're here tonight, to let it be known that that's not the way to take this city. That's not the way to take us back, take this county backward. We have an obligation to prepare for the future. And this Human Relations Commission is part of getting us ready for the future, because there will be changes forthcoming. And we are going to see more diversity than ever before. And we've got to learn to work together, learn to live together, learn to know how to communicate with each other if we're going to ever be an advanced society. We're not perfect, but we have to work on it, becoming better as far as working together as one another. I didn't intend to talk this long, but I just want to thank everybody, just giving me a chance to talk and tell you my opinion as far as the NACP. Now, I don't want you to feel like we are trying to intimidate you, and we're not. But we are not going to sit by and let this thing happen and think it's going to be quiet. It will not be quiet. There are ways we can escalate it. We will bring in the state, or we will bring in the national. All we're saying is that we want justice to prevail for everybody, and there's fairness. And that's all we want. And to repeal something would be the worst thing that you can do. But it's my obligation as president that I am not going to sit by and allow us to just continue to let this stuff happen when it has so much economic impact against us. It affects so many people. It turns back the tide. It tells us that we don't really care about the well-being of other people. And that's just not the way we should be. We are all Americans here, and we have to work in one accord and go forth in such a manner that we can all work together. That's just life. We have to learn to work together. If we're going to advance as the people, we have to work together. If we're going to be a better country, we have to work together. If we want to be more competitive with the rest of the world, we all have to work together. We have to prepare our own kids, our own people to be competitive. We have to get the education foundation in place. We have to begin to know what the word "we" means and work accordingly in that regard. And we can come out better as our own community as well. So anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you. Thank
you. Thank you, Kobe. We have one thing in common. We're both accountants. We both worked at New Holland, North America, or Sperry, New Holland at the time. So we can say that. Thank you for your testimony and coming to us as president of the NAACP and the Lancaster chapter. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Okay, up next, Sonia Toller, Executive Director of the Governor's Advisory Commission on African American Affairs. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you all this evening. My name is Sonia Toller. That's S-O-N-Y-A. T as in Tom, O-L-E-R. I am not a resident of Lancaster, not yet. Several of my colleagues here have shared very good stories about this area, and I might anticipate relocating here at some point after my tenure in the governor's office. But let me first commend commissioners for taking a proactive approach to next year's fiscal budget. During these trying economic times, it is refreshing to see politicians working hard not to further burden taxpayers and instead to focus on government efficiency. However, the Governor's Advisory Commission on African American Affairs must add its voice to the numbers of people who are opposed to the dissolution of the County Human Relations Commission as a way to achieve a balanced budget. Eliminating the Human Relations Commission is simply the wrong thing to do, especially if the reason given is to help balance the budget. I believe eliminating the Human Relations Commission has a potential negative effect on the solvency of this county, as people and even businesses are turned away from remaining here because of rising intolerance. So yes, eliminating the Human Relations Commission will save more than $470,000. But what will the cost be beyond the budget savings? Fewer people working and paying taxes, fewer homeowners, fewer businesses providing jobs and tax revenue, fewer dollars collected from tourism and cultural activities. I think all of this is possible without the local protections provided by the Human Relations Commission. Commissioner Martin says he's concerned about duplication of services, as others have said. A reasonable concern, but one that should not be applied in this situation, as we have heard from others closer to how the Commission operates. As Executive Director of the Governor's Advisory Commission on African American Affairs, I have heard numerous accounts from residents of cities throughout this Commonwealth about the very discrimination that the Human Relations Commission addresses. And some of those people who have shared their stories with me have only had that opportunity because I was able to come to them, to sit in their living rooms or dining rooms. Here's one scenario that is very likely to happen if the Human Relations Commission is eliminated. A man in his late 40s has been on his job for nearly 20 years. When he gets a new supervisor, the new, younger supervisor starts experiencing problems with this older worker, a worker who has had nothing but good reports on his service and is well liked by others. The company makes a decision to lay off workers because of a decrease in demand for its products. Upon hearing the news, the older worker feels secure knowing that he is nowhere near the bottom of the seniority list. He is shocked to receive notice that he is among those who will be laid off. The internal mechanisms for hearing his grievance do not work in his favor. He has a neighbor who is an attorney who tells him he has a case that is winnable, but he cannot afford attorney fees and cannot find someone who would represent him pro bono. What are his options? What about a young man who gets a job and must relocate to this area? After calling all the apartment listings that interest him, only one potential landlord calls him back. During the phone conversation, the potential landlord tells him the place has been rented. The following week, the young man notices the same ad is still running in the newspaper. Could it have been his accent? These might be scenarios, but they are very real things. In fact, both of these issues have come before my commission. And these are things that can happen when people feel they can get away with denying rights to others. Eliminating the county's Human Relations Commission would eliminate the opportunity for many to have their grievances heard in an effective and expeditious manner, especially as the downturn in the economy continues to threaten jobs on a state level. Those jobs include positions with the state's Human Relations Commission. This brings me to my final point. Now is the absolute wrong time to consider eliminating the Human Relations Commission. No time is really good. Various reports show that the downturn in the economy goes hand in hand with an increase in recruitment and other hate group activities. Let me remind you of the words of a former hate group leader, one Floyd Cochran. Organized white supremacy groups are counting on you to do nothing. It's easy to ignore these groups, believing that they'll go away or that organized white supremacists only exist in the South. These are dangerous myths. Where there was no opposition, we returned again and again. That's what is happening in Pennsylvania. Cochran told this to an audience at Penn State University only 3 years ago. Of the 28 active hate groups in Pennsylvania, as identified by the Southern Poverty Law Center, none are currently headquartered in Lancaster. I assert that the Human Relations Commission has played a major role in that fact. The tenacity of this community is another factor. Recently, a colleague of mine shared a story of how the community filled the sidewalks when a hate group had planned to demonstrate here in Lancaster. Seeing the opposition, they decided against such a display. Mr. Cochran also cautioned us that hate groups are skilled at identifying wedge issues to play on people's darkest fears and drive people apart, particularly when there is no communication between groups to dispel misleading information. The Human Relations Commission has shown a willingness to decrease spending so as to continue offering its vital services to the community. Commissioners, please Consider this option. Keep the Human Relations Commission efficient during these potentially tumultuous times. Do not send a message that Lancaster County is intolerant. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Norman Bristol Colon, Executive Director of the Governor's Advisory Commission on Latino Affairs. Good evening. Good evening.
Commissioner Lehman, Commissioner Martin, Commissioner Stuckey, members of Lancaster's diverse community, ladies and gentlemen, muy buenas noches. Good night. I am Norman Bristol Colon, Executive Director of the Governor's Advisory Commission on Latino Affairs for the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. But tonight, I stand before you as a proud resident of Lancaster. I am grateful to you for inviting me to this so important and timely hearing. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to stand before you on behalf of hundreds of individuals whose voices will not be heard in this room tonight, but whom I proudly represent, and using my voice will protect and defend the human rights that have given them the opportunity to enjoy the promise of America. You and I know, commissioners, you and I know, because of the work that we do in government, that we are not the perfect union our founding fathers envisioned for this great land. You and I know we are not a society that honors the creed of our Constitution, that all men and women were created equal. However, you and I know that in this system of checks and balances, of rules and laws, we can get closer and closer to that perfect union. We can indeed continue building a society that embraces diversity and understands that our cultural fabric is what makes America and Lancaster so extraordinary. Our journey here tonight is not one that began in 1991 or in 2010. Our journey here tonight began in 1776, when our brave men decided that in order to build a nation different and unique from the rest of the world, independence was the way. Back then they believed, as I believe today, that equality and justice must be the fundamental values directing our national identity. And as long as I am well and alive, I will protect these fundamental values for the oppressed, the poor, the discriminated, the disenfranchised. Traveling around the state and the nation, I am always speaking highly about Lancaster County's uniqueness, diversity, and the decency of our people. I truly believe that we have come to the realization that our county is second to none, due in part to the many struggles and sacrifices of individuals like my dear friend who's here tonight, Nelson Polite, Ron Ford, former commissioner, Carlos Graupera, Iris McRae, and I keep going and going and going. We have come a long way through growing pains. Unfortunately, I can ask all these distinguished individuals about the current situation of our country related to human relations, and even when they all admit that progress has been made, they all will agree that we still have a long way to go. I have witnessed the positive impact the Lancaster Human Relations Commission has had in the lives of numerous individuals, including those close to my heart, my brother Carlos Bristol. From housing and ethnic discrimination to neighborhood disputes and misunderstandings, the Commission has served the residents of Lancaster with professionalism, unbiased process, and honoring the fundamental values of equity and justice that I am proud to be an American for. Eliminating the Lancaster Human Relations Commission will not have an impact only on those that we are already predisposed to believe are the only ones using these services. Eliminating the Commission will have an impact on us all and our quality of life. Let me say a few things. I don't know if you all read about Luis Ramirez. an immigrant killed in Shenandoah, Pennsylvania, just because he was a Latino. The real victims of this tragic death was not only Luis Ramirez and his family, but the real victim was the community. Because commissioners, Luis Ramirez is gone, but so the future of the criminals. Young minds we need to sustain our nation and progressive future. Let me also bring to your attention another sad number. The FBI already informed our office that hate crimes in the United States against Latinos has increased 35%. And Lancaster County is not exempt from that. Commissioners, in Lancaster, we have done better. Commissioners, in Lancaster, we can do better. Commissioners, in Lancaster, we must do better. Commissioners Lehman, Martin, and Stockey, $470,000 will not save your budget deficit. It will not improve all your fiscal problems. Cutting these funds is similar to fixing the old roof of a house using a temporary Band-Aid because it was the easiest target to resolve the issue at hand. The roof of the house will eventually collapse, and we will end up paying more at the long run than saving few cents for all the wrong reasons. We can try to use a Band-Aid to fix the budget, but the consequences will impact generations to come, and our house will crumble. Let me conclude with one of Abraham Lincoln's quotes: "With malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right, let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds." The wounds of discrimination are open. Let me be clear. Discrimination is well and alive. Don't take away the only infirmary in the county taking care of this social disease. Instead of working to eliminate the commission, let's work on building pathways to people's hopes, dreams, and aspirations. At the end, that is only the promise of America. The Lancaster County Human Relations Commission levels the playing field. You and I know, conservative or not, that is all about leveling the playing field in America. And leveling the playing field will bring our community much closer to the American dream you as elected official and myself in the governor's office are so proudly enjoying. Commissioners, the Lancaster Chamber is against the elimination of your proposal. So is the Council of Churches. So is the most diverse community in the county. This is a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. And the people has spoken. I truly hope that you listen. United we stand, divided we fall. Thank you, and I hope that you reconsider your position.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Elizabeth Schuster, Esquire, Second Vice President, Temple Bethel, Lancaster. Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you. I would like to thank you for letting me come to speak to you today on behalf of Temple Bethel. I'm Elizabeth Schuster. That's Elizabeth with an S, not a Z, and Schuster is S-H-U-S-T-E-R. Temple Bethel, for those of you who don't know, is a member of the conservative branch of Judaism, which is the branch which remains committed to following halakha, Jewish law, and tradition, while allowing for change and growth. We are the youngest of Lancaster's 3 congregations, having been established in 1945. Temple Bethel has a long and proud tradition of participation as a member of the larger Lancaster community, and that is why I am here today. I thank you for permitting me to come to testify in support of the continued existence of the Lancaster Human Relations Commission and in support of the Lancaster Human Relations Ordinance. At its July 12, 2010 meeting, the Board of Directors of Temple Bethel passed the following resolution. Temple Bethel of Lancaster, Pennsylvania strongly supports the continued existence of the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission. The Lancaster County Human Relations Commission defines its mission as, quote, to aggressively advance the cause of equal human rights and eliminate discrimination through citizen action, education, and enforcement, close quote. As we are all too aware, discrimination still exists and needs to be strongly countered. As our county becomes more diverse and the economic situation remains difficult for many, we face the traditional breeding ground for discrimination. This is the time for us to take a strong stance against discrimination, not to take any action that could be misconstrued as weakening our opposition to discriminatory actions. Although the jurisdiction of the Lancaster County Commission mirrors the jurisdiction of the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission to prohibit discrimination, many people in Lancaster who think that they have suffered discrimination do not have the ability to travel to Harrisburg to file and follow through with their complaints. In addition, many people feel more comfortable working on a local level. A further significant point is one that has been made by the chair of the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission, Steve Glassman, who has testified before the county commissioners that the PHRC workload, already extremely high in taxing, if not overtaxing the resources of the staff, is going to be in an even worse condition with anticipated upcoming budget cuts. Having the Lancaster Commission investigating the cases before it provides those complainants and the defendants with a more expeditious handling of the complaints than they would receive if the Lancaster Commission were disbanded by a repeal of the ordinance. Repealing the non-discrimination ordinance sends the wrong message to the increasingly diverse population of Lancaster County. Temple Bethel strongly objects to such repeal and strongly supports the continued existence of the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission. Again, I thank you for the opportunity that you have given Temple Bethel to speak in support of the continued existence of the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission and the Lancaster County Human Relations Ordinance.
Thank you very much. Okay, next up we have Barry Russell, Rainbow Rose Community and Rainbow Pet Creation. Good evening. Thank you.
Good evening. Chairman Martin, Commissioner Stuckey and Lehman, thank you for your time tonight. As a short introduction, I'm Barry Russell. I was born and raised in Lancaster County and have lifelong ties to this area. I live in the Chestnut Hill neighborhood of Lancaster City and co-own and operate a small business, Rainbow Pet Creations, located in the 300 block of North Queen Street. I am active in several local human and social justice organizations, including Rainbow Rose Community, which has a specific and intentional outreach to the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgendered community in Lancaster City and County. I am a member of First Reformed Church, United Church of Christ. Board, members, and staff of Rainbow Rose Community and Rainbow Pet Creations stand shoulder to shoulder with the dozens of other cooperating organizations, groups, and individuals gathered here this evening representing wide community support for the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission. Speaking out in support of the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission, I'd like to take just a little different approach to the discussion tonight and chat a bit about the benefits of white privilege and the intrinsic value of an entity such as the County Human Relations Commission. As a white man who's been thinking about how I benefit from white privilege, I see that so much of it consists not only of what I do get to feel and experience, but of what I am privileged not to have to think about or experience. For example, it looks to me as though a cornerstone of white privilege is simply not having to think about race or sex or a disability, not having to think about my being a little different and how people are going to respond to me because of it. Given my living circumstances, I could easily go through an entire day and have absolutely nothing to remind me that the subject of discrimination exists, even though I may walk past several Latinos on my way to work, buy a paper from a disabled man, and talk to the black teller as I make a deposit at the bank. But to come in contact with persons that look different from us is not the same as being aware that racism, sexism, homophobia, and all the other isms is still a raging problem in this county and country. The ball is in my court about whether I'm going to think about it or not, and how much I'm going to think about it. A person of color or other minority does not have this choice. To live and to function in this society is to be forced to think about race and racism and sexism, whether one wants to or not. In my testimony, I've attempted to write as deeply as I could about white privilege and how it relates to the County Human Relations Commission. This is not about all white people or even all white men, because I believe there are important differences based on our individual personalities and how we tend to interact with other people, our size, how we look, what our living circumstances are, including how isolated in white surroundings we are. I have the luxury of living all my life in the dominant society where the accepted norms are what I grew up with, so they all come naturally to me and I can fall into them as easily as breathing. Even though I'm no more intelligent than most persons of color, a woman, or a person with a disability, and I'm sure I'm less intelligent than many, to another white person I may sound more intelligent because my normal speech patterns are the patterns of the dominant society. My entire life I've had the advantage of hearing all around me the accepted ways of speaking, which gets one's ahead in this world and therefore is my natural way of speaking. As to school, I went through the educational system being taught by teachers who expected me to do well and who pushed me to do even better. I never felt a teacher had written me off as a waste of time, and I always felt they assumed I would attend college. I never faced the awkward situation of being the owner of a business who, because of my skin color or sex, is mistaken for an employee or any number of other such predicaments. At a job interview, I don't have to go through excruciating damned if you do and damned if you don't situation where I have to try not to appear stupid or incompetent in any way, knowing that they are ready to pounce on and magnify the tiniest slip, while also trying to make sure not to appear too smart, as smart as the interviewer. Speaking of job interviews, when I write on an application form that I've never been arrested or incarcerated, of course they never question that. In fact, I can only imagine how shocked they'd be if I did write yes to either. I've never experienced what I've heard described by African American men. The awful realization that the interviewer doesn't believe you, so they keep bringing the discussion back to it to try to get you to admit you were lying and that you really do have a record. I'm ashamed to admit that up until a few years ago, I still felt that many black persons were too sensitive about racism, women were too sensitive about sexism, and believe it or not, gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender people were perhaps a bit too sensitive about heterosexism. That they sensed slights that weren't really there. What this means that in my white omniscience, red, colossal white arrogance, I knew even better than a person of color or a woman or a transgendered person what discrimination was and wasn't. Boy, was I wrong about that. I'm still learning what it takes to walk a mile in someone else's shoes. These are my findings so far, and I'm sure there is even more to see, and I plan to keep on looking at the subject. To close, Commissioners, I encourage each of you to examine all aspects as you review the work and benefits of the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission. While money, budget, and efficiency are certainly important areas to consider, please do not disregard the worth of an agency that we cannot see. Peace of mind, access, community support, engagement, and a sense that we as a people and community are able to learn from, live with, support, and encourage even those that seem very different from us. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Okay, finally, we have, last but not least, Deborah Stump, Programs Coordinator Manager, the Disability Empowerment Center. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
It's almost my bedtime.
We'll soon start saying good morning.
Good evening. On behalf of the Board of Directors for the Disability Empowerment Center, our consumers, and all individuals with disabilities living in Lancaster County, I would like to thank the Lancaster County Commissioners for the opportunity to testify at today's hearing on the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission and its continued funding by the county. Before beginning, I would like to take this time to publicly thank all three of the commissioners for attending and participating in the county's 20th anniversary celebration of the signing of the Americans with Disabilities Act last Friday. DEC also believes more, not less, of the Pennsylvania counties and counties throughout this nation should have local human relations commissions. By eliminating our local office, Lancaster County will be taking several steps backward in time. There are many issues in Lancaster that we are not considered to be a leader, but this is one we can be proud to say. We are one of Pennsylvania's counties to shine, to be innovative enough to host a county Human Relations Commission office. On the subject before us, let me begin by stating whether an organization is private or nonprofit, it is moot. All organizations in Lancaster County, including those like DEC, are well aware of the financial crisis currently facing all of us in this country, county, state, and nation, triggered by the recent recession. We all need to evaluate very carefully what we currently do, the services we are providing, what that costs, and ways to do it less expensive if possible. We all realize federal, state, and county funds are limited, and that everyone will have to continue doing more with less. DEC views today's hearing by the Lancaster County Commissioners as their attempt to do the aforementioned, while being fiscally responsible and a good steward of the taxpayers' limited resources in Lancaster County. Having said that, I would now like to explain why eliminating funding for the Lancaster County HRC by the County Commissioners would not, we feel, be in the best interest of the residents of Lancaster County, nor the members of Lancaster County's disability community. Consumers with disabilities who now receive services from the Lancaster County HRC locally and quickly would have a very difficult time both physically and financially if they had to travel to Harrisburg to have their cases addressed. This would put them in a great disadvantage. The ADA affords people with disabilities equal access. Therefore, we feel eliminating the Lancaster County HRC office would be a bold step in the wrong direction and a possible violation of the ADA. People with disabilities many times do not have the financial means, usually a $2.50 copay fee with Red Rose Transit, to go across town for needed medical appointments or treatments or for other crucial meetings. Many take RRTA access buses for their travel needs, which are not free for all consumers. Also, are you aware that RRTA access does not provide services to consumers intra-county? This means they would have a great expense to travel to Harrisburg. Most would not be able to make that trip. Timely responses are of the essence and crucial in the cases DEC refers to Lancaster HRC. Most of DEC's consumers are vulnerable, low-income individuals who many times are or have been taken advantage of or abused. Many times it is by people who are well off in the community and have influence. If these cases are not responded to and mediated in a timely manner, especially those involving employment and housing, these individuals will lose their jobs and become homeless. This will contribute to the county's homeless and unemployment population. People who once had a job and paid taxes will have to sign up for Social Security and/or welfare benefits. And in the end, federal, state, and county government will be paying more. This really does go beyond housing and employment, although I believe everyone will agree that without these basic needs, a person will plunge into a lifestyle that they have not chosen and do not desire. Anyone who has been placed in this situation knows the struggle to come back. Imagine what that would be like for a person with a disability, who by all of the recent data is discriminated against more than any other class covered by the Act. The Olmstead Act, giving persons with disabilities the right to live the way they choose, is also on the line. We have begun the courageous work to free people with disabilities from institutions where they have been placed against their will. They remain there until an advocate helps them to return to the community where they have the right to full participation and inclusion in society. In conclusion, we believe the state HRC, given its budget and current staff, is simply not capable of serving DEX consumers in the expeditious time needed, or for that matter, others from Lancaster County, if the county commissioners in Lancaster eliminate the Lancaster County HRC. We have some experience with this, as DEC also serves Lebanon County, and we do submit to the state HRC for those consumers. There is a considerable difference in how these cases are adjudicated. Private litigation is also not an option for DEX consumers. They cannot afford to hire an attorney to sue the individuals involved, and Mid-Penn Legal is presently so overburdened they cannot take on new cases. DEC implores you to please keep the Lancaster County HRC. Our consumers and everyone with a disability in Lancaster County needs them to protect their current and future quality of life and civil rights. Our citizens deserve their rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. When George H.W. Bush signed the ADA into law 20 years ago, he exclaimed, "Let the shameful wall of exclusion finally come tumbling down." Please do not build a new wall of exclusion in Lancaster County by de facto elimination of services for people with disabilities by eliminating the county HRC. Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah, thank you very much for your testimony, and you can let Jerry know that I got your name right when I introduced you.
Okay, I'll tell him that.
All right. It's the end of our testimony portion tonight. We're going to move on into public comment. 3 minutes per person max. That doesn't mean you have to take up all 3 minutes. Just remind you for the court reporter to please say your name and spell your name for her. So we'll start over here.
Thank you. My name is Mike Sturla, S-T-U-R-L-A. I live at 931 West Walnut Street in the city of Lancaster. I'm currently the state representative here in Lancaster. I just want to follow up on some of the comments that were made earlier. Particularly, I believe, as was pointed out by the Council of Churches, that there is a compelling moral argument to be made here, and I think that in itself should be enough to carry the day. But in the event that that's not, I think the Chamber made a compelling fiscal argument as to why we should retain the Human Relations Commission. But if that's not, then I want to go to the arguments that have been made for maybe why we should eliminate Human Relations Commission here in Lancaster County. And the argument, as I could best tell, was that it was a duplication of services. It was also pointed out that there are federal laws. So in that sense, if you wanted to follow that same logic, we could eliminate the State Human Relations Commission because there are a lot of duplication of federal laws, and we could just send everybody to Washington instead. It's only a 2.5-hour drive, really not much of an inconvenience. You could file your complaints there. The reality is we, I think, take pride in the fact that we like to do things here locally, as witnessed by the fact that more than 80% of our constituents pay for a local police department. If they chose not to, they could call on the state police, and the state police would be forced to respond. Now, those constituents pay tens of millions of dollars extra to be able to get that local enforcement that they could otherwise get free from the state. They pay their taxes now. They could do all that. There may be a 4-hour response or a day response or a 2-day response until the state policeman got there. They would put tens of millions of dollars of burden back on the state that's already strapped, and they wouldn't get the same kind of response, just as is the case with the Human Relations Commission. But they choose to say, I want to live in a civilized society here in Lancaster County, and I want a certain level of services that we've come to expect here. And I think that argument is what the argument that's being made here and that most carries the weight here in terms of what you heard from the majority of the people that were here tonight and from people who file those complaints and who otherwise would not have justice served for them. So I would encourage you, Reverend Butcher and Mr. Dixon pointed to the police issue, the parks issue. I think you could go down the whole list of the county budget and say, well, the state does a farmland preservation program. We probably really wouldn't need to do it. It might take longer to get our farms preserved, but we could do without it. The state funds libraries. We could do without funding libraries. We wouldn't have the same library system that we have. I'm not advocating for you to cut any of those line items. All I'm saying is you could go through every line item in your budget, and almost all of it has some duplicative form in the state government. I would implore you to, in this particular case, make sure you don't eliminate this. Look for cost savings wherever you can, but please do not eliminate the Human Relations Commission in Lancaster County.
Good evening. My name is Patrick White, Patrickwhite, and I'm a citizen of Lancaster County and a citizen of Lancaster City. I've been a tax-paying citizen for 20 years. I'd like to tell you how discrimination is ensconced in the system, albeit unintentionally. I was requesting from a particular entity a complaint form. I'm obviously a Braille reader because I'm a totally blind person. I'm print impaired. So I called that particular entity and I said, I really need this form in an accessible format, something that I can refer to and read. Well, the answer that I got was, I have personal problems too. I'm unable to provide that. I don't know what reasonable accommodation is. Well, that in itself would be an abomination, but the entity I was speaking to was the State Attorney General's office. Now, gentlemen, there's a widely held belief that going online is easy for everybody. For me, it's not. Because I use what's called a text-to-speech screen reader. What it does is it translates the text to a spoken voice. It does not read graphics. It also does not read the Harrisburg Human Relations Commission's website. However, it does read the Lancaster County one. Gentlemen, I implore you, if I can't appeal to your sense of conscience, I will appeal to your sense of legacy. If you have future political aspirations, you may want to consider this. You could be seen as staying with the oppressed or favoring the oppressor. You could be seen as maintaining an entity that has existed from the dawn of the civil rights movement or turning the clock back 50 years with regard to civil rights. I expect you to vote your conscience, but be aware that everyone that is in this room is a tax-paying citizen, is your employer, and you will vote your conscience, as will we. Thank you.
My name is Charito Calvache Mateico, Calvachi-Mateyko. It's longer than me. The reason why I'm here is because I want to tell you that maintaining the Human Relations Commission is about maintaining the legacy of Martin Luther King Jr. It's about maintaining that beloved community that he died for, in which all human needs are met and taken care of. So what are those human needs? Mary Clark said, first, belonging. This community that we love, we want to be part of it, that welcome us. Second, autonomy, so we can walk on the streets, get the job we want, take our children to the school we want without being imposed upon us or discriminated against. Meaning, so we can know that we are growing and maturing to live a life of dignity for all. So maintaining the Human Relations Commission in Lancaster is, as the African American theologian Aubrey Hendricks says, is to do the politics of Jesus, which mainly is to treat everybody's needs as sacred, to treat everybody's needs as sacred. These words resonate strongly today for me when I know what is going on as a Latina in Arizona and in the rest of the country. Maintaining our Human Relations Commission is so important, and I want you as my representatives not only to maintain, but protect, fund, and promote it, because it's the most important part of the social fabric that protect our human needs and rights. Thank you.
My name is Anthony Verrecchia. That's Verrecchia. I live in East Lampeter Township. I'd like to say that I'm impressed with all three of you tonight. This has been a very good forum. You've all been very fair. There's been a lot of demagoguery from the opposition of this commission talking about gay versus straight GLBT issues. This is more than just GLBT issues. This is more than just the allocation of resources. The three of you are very intelligent men. You understand this is a very important decision. Please do not reduce it to this lowest common denominator of just gay versus straight. Look around this room. There are people from all walks of life here this evening. You know that. We've had Kim Smith talk on behalf of businesses here. And I would like to remind, respectively, Commissioner Martin and Stuckey, that many of the owners of those businesses are members of your party. And many of the people who go to the churches that are represented by the pastors tonight are members of your party. This is not just about gay versus straight. This is not just about allocation of resources. This is about fundamental civil rights. You are all very intelligent men. Please give this the importance and the consideration that it deserves. Do not reduce it to one simple issue. Thank you.
Russ Bubernak, R-U-S-S, B-U-B-E-R-N-A-K. Grandpa would like to lecture the commission tonight. First of all, it's past my bedtime. I've got to get up early tomorrow morning and clean the house. Secondly, I do have to ask, do you care about the elderly? I am 72 years old and retired. My pension has not increased, only my taxes and my expenses. The elderly are being asked to bail out Wall Street, Chrysler Corporation, General Motors, AIG. They are also asked to help their neighbor buy their home, their appliances, and their automobiles. The elderly have to be considered in this entire situation. I do have to say, if you feel or you sense that I am angry, I have to tell you, you are correct in your assumptions. I'm really a disgusted taxpayer. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sarah Musselman, 505 West Chestnut Street, Lancaster. I just want to jump out of the everyday that we've been talking about, because I'm not as involved in that, and just go philosophical for a second and talk about just something to consider this is the first night of me being involved in this. Okay, just if you ever took a logic class in philosophy. So A, if you agree that we're supporting a war for the democracy, and B, the budget for the military is rather robust. Then C, when a local community pleads for its government to consider a program that helps us practice democracy, when that becomes endangered, there's something going on. No? I mean, it just doesn't make logical sense that we are fighting a war for democracy, and yet Here, our local government is being asked, pleading from all different demographics to actually continue a program that's 13 years in the making, that has a lot of contact, at least keep it as a resource. Do you know how difficult it is to make these inner contacts, to build that? It's an architecture. It's an architecture of democracy. And to lose that is like, doesn't make sense. I don't even understand why we're, because the budget doesn't, it's 400,000, there's like 999,000 in a million and 999 million in a billion, and you know, just, that's it. Thanks.
Jose Urdaneta, Jose-Urdaneta. I live in Lancaster City. I'm a councilman in Lancaster City. First of all, I would like to thank you for the opportunity of letting the community voice their opinion. I think that in voicing those opinions, we have completely taken out of this discussion an argument that I was concerned that was the reason for bringing this idea of dismantling the Human Relations Commission in Lancaster County, and that is the argument of ignorance. Certainly, we already know that the duplication of services does not exist. We already know that this, on the contrary, is government being as efficient as government can be by bringing the solution of problems to the local level. And thirdly, we also know that the problems and the issues that brought the Human Relations Commissions to exist 46 years ago are pretty much alive today. I ask you to please consider the growing diversity in our county, the growing diversity that we enjoy in this county, and to help us protect this key factor that has actually helped many of our municipalities in maintaining their level of support from state and federal level because of that diversity that continues to grow and that will continue to grow in this county, especially if we do not give the notion or the idea that we do not care about diversity in this county. Thank you so much, and I think that, I don't know if Grandpa left already, but also in considering the elderly, I would like to say that the majority or a good number of the cases that the Lancaster Human Relations Commission takes care of are those related to age discrimination. So certainly I speak on behalf of all the grandpas and grandmas in the room and outside of the room when I say that. Thank you.
Carlos Graupera, C-A-R-L-O-S, G-R-A-U-P-E-R-A. I'm Executive Director of Spanish American Civic Association, and I don't think that I could speak with any more eloquence in support of the Human Relations Commission than has been expressed here. Let me just add, Commissioners, that I think that this controversy is simply not worth the fight. Not worth the fight for Lancaster County. I don't think, okay, it's fine. I don't think that a valuable community resource has to be sacrificed on the altar of budget cutting. We have the ability to make priorities. I think that this controversy can have the effect of dividing us as a community, of raising suspicion among us, of having a segment of the population feel unprotected, but worst, it can have the effect of defining us as a community in a manner which is not true. We are Lancaster County, we are progressive, we are inclusive, we are a welcoming place to live. We are not Hazleton. And please do not unintentionally, because I know it's not your intention, but do not unintentionally take us there. Lancaster is not Hazleton. In the expressions of support by the Lancaster Chamber, they also offered the opportunity to become involved in a review of the work of the Commission in ways of helping the commissioners and the county to improve and create a partnership that would make the commission stronger in its duties, more cost effective, and even built a public-private partnership going forward. I hope you'll take that into consideration. And I want to thank you for this hearing, because I think it does a lot of good for this community, and I think it clears up and provides a lot of illumination to a lot of the passions out there, and I want to thank you for doing this.
Thank you, Carlos.
Hi, my name is Steve Stoeffler, Stoeffler, and I'm from West Donegal Township. And I'm the Lancaster director of Bridge of Hope, which is an ecumenical organization that many of the people that shared tonight from the faith-based community have been a part and partnered with our organization throughout the 23 years we've existed. It's a nonprofit organization that has not taken one single penny from any government funding throughout our history. And what we do is we work with single homeless mothers and their children. And it's a very important population and a very important subject of family homelessness that is important to Lancaster, important to the state of Pennsylvania, which has 49% of the homeless population being part of family units, primarily single homeless mothers and their children. We do know that the average age of a homeless person in our area is about 10 years old. And this is all maybe news to some people in the audience, but not to you, the commissioners, who have signed on with the 10-year plan to end homelessness. I'm a part of the Lancaster Coalition to End Homelessness, part of the prevention action team as on the research side for that. And I refer on a weekly basis people to the Fair Housing Program that are facing discrimination. One of the things that we do as an organization is Housing First, which is a term that I know the commissioners that you're familiar with. And Housing First would imply receiving housing. And when there are issues around housing discrimination and other things, that's something that I am very thankful that we have a local Human Relations Commission for, and is something that when you consider that discrimination, it would affect the average age of a person being 10 years old. So when we talked about the people who sometimes are marginalized or oppressed or who have no voice, I don't know how many 10-year-olds attended this session tonight, but we're there to speak for them. So just to thank the Human Relations Commission for the work that it does. That is something that I'm very much in support of and would like to see, especially in the areas of housing, and that it would fall in line with supporting the homeless initiative in the county that you all have signed on as supporting. So it's in line with those values. Thank you.
My name is William W. Adams. I reside in East Lampeter Township. Thank you for convening a forum for presentations on the value of the Lancaster Human Relations Commission in relationship to its cost. And that is the issue. For at a cost of $10 million, this commission wouldn't have been long gone. At a cost of $25,000, we wouldn't be here tonight. But does the Lancaster Human Relations Commission add value to our county? And more to the point, does it add substantial additional value to the services offered by the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission? I'm not going to go through the arguments pro and con here, but I would like to hold that the answer is yes for one fundamental reason, which we haven't spoken about tonight. The principal focus of the State Commission is on enforcement and punishment. The principal focus of the Lancaster Commission is on cooperation and remediation. The first sentence on the State Commission's website states that the Commission, quote, enforces Commonwealth laws that prohibit discrimination, end of quote. Does it seek to remedy problem situations without threat of prosecution? It makes no claim to that. It does say that staff members are available for formal training or brief presentations on a variety of topics, and I'll quote again from their website. The goal of our presentations is always to promote diversity and equal opportunity. and to help communities, businesses, schools, and other organizations recognize and prevent or eliminate illegal discrimination. That's the end of the quote. But what it does not say is that it uses training and education in specific situations in which conflict can be resolved through new understanding and cooperation. When I interviewed the two principals in the Lancaster Commission, I learned that in the majority of cases brought to their attention, the complaint is either dismissed or it's resolved with one party or another reaching a new level of understanding about what is right and what is wrong, not just under the law, but under the broader umbrella of respect for the dignity and rights of the individual and the reasonable requirements of the workplace and the school system. Now, that understanding gets right to the heart of the quality of life in Lancaster County. We are not by nature a contentious people. The great majority simply want to do what is right and fair and settle disputes with reason and civility. And the Lancaster Commission is immeasurably valuable in doing just that. And I say immeasurably because one cannot put a cost-value analysis of benefits in human affairs that extend long beyond specific engagements. I'm proud, not dismayed, that we're one of 4 counties in the Commonwealth with a Human Relations Commission. You are fiscally prudent commissioners. Republican commissioners especially want to be recognized as diligent managers of costs and challenges. But if I may address my 2 Republican friends on the board, I'd like to say that the Republican elected officials have also, over the 150 years that they've won every non-judicial county-wide election, earned and returned the public's trust by putting a high quality on the quality of life in the county. People and organizations do make mistakes in human relations, which can cut into that quality. The Commission has and will be helpful in remedying mistakes without threats or prosecution. I urge you to accept the proposal of the Lancaster Commission to operate with a substantial reduction in its expenses and to support the Commission to continue to do its objective, fair, efficient, timely, and invaluable work on behalf of all of us. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Michael Westlund, W-E-S-T-L-U-N-D, and I live in East Lampeter Township. Thanks, Commissioners, for the meeting tonight. I have to say my views have been informed and somewhat influenced, maybe even a little bit changed by some of the things I've heard tonight, so bear with me. First of all, insofar, I believe now, as the Commission enforces statutes against discrimination of currently protected classes, I support its continued work. I believe, however, having heard what I've heard, that education is better carried out by the advocacy groups concerned. Perhaps the Commission has a role to play in helping to coordinate the education efforts of the various advocacy groups. However, the keen interest in the Commission by those who fall into classes currently unprotected by it point to a potential expansion of its future powers. For what I've heard earlier tonight, the potential, and we haven't heard much talk about this, for religious persecution against those holding to traditional religious and moral views is real. It is happening now elsewhere. I don't need to go over the examples already provided, but it's happening now elsewhere and in our country. I'm not reassured, honestly, when I hear people scoff at the persecution of conservative Christians elsewhere by such enforcement entities. The denial of current government actions against those who not only believe in God's love but also in His holiness is a denial of reality. I believe the Commission must never be empowered to dictate or limit freedom of religion or freedom of association. That, I believe, sadly, would be the day, if that happens, when government-sponsored intolerance, hatred, and religious persecution arrives in Lancaster County. And we have seen what happens when government starts assuming those functions. Thank you.
My name is Bob Rush, R-U-S-H, Strasburg Township, lifelong resident of Lancaster County. I'm currently serving as the chairman of the Board of Directors for the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission. And I speak to the interaction between the volunteers and the staff. That has been underplayed tonight. You've heard all the statistics. But from the vantage point of the board, the Commission, as Kim Smith eloquently stated, handled 1,596 consultations of last year, and only 150 went to actual cases filed. That's 90% of the complaints were handled by the human relations rep seated in the back of the room through education, consultation, and training without formal complaints being charged. This represents an enormous savings to our employers in the county. For if these were filed at the state level commission, these would become 1,596 cases that would require responses and interrogatives and perhaps a boon for the local lawyers. But the intake officer and the human relations representatives are extremely valuable to our employers in reducing unnecessary costly investigations and charges, as well as they serve as a very valuable consult to the claimants who have limited resources. And personally, as an employer, one of the 15 top employers in the county, I appreciate the staff of the Human Relations Commission because of their consultation and working with us in correcting things, not just punitively. Additionally, our board has worked with the staff of the Human Relations Commission very hard over the last decade to achieve this statistic stated tonight, and that is a 198-day average to respond to solve cases as opposed to 464 days at the state level. And they complete 86% of their cases the same year as filed. Correcting these situations promptly is a big bonus to the local employers, and through their training and remediation, not just punitive actions. Thirdly, the Commission, through their volunteer-based committees, serve to educate our tenants and landlords, our employers, our young people at schools, and the community at large with seminars, workshops, brochures, and one-on-one contact to avoid or correct discrimination or harassments in our community. Altogether, there are about 70 people volunteer each month at the Commission on committees in support of the staff personnel. That's multiplying their work 10 times over. Finally, I want to thank the commissioners because it is through you that you appoint our board of directors. And I really appreciate that because they represent the community at large, and they are pleased to serve with the staff of the commission to continually improve the community by assertively addressing issues at the local level where the staff knows the employers, knows the citizens, and works to the mutual benefit of all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Good evening, everybody. My name is Emmanuel Jean-Philippe. That's Jean-Philippe. A little long. Hope you got that. I am a member of the Millersville chapter, NAACP, at Millersville University. I'm an executive board member, political action to be exact, and I'm also a member of the Lancaster Democratic Committee. I feel proud that at my young age of 20, I can say that I'm an elected official. I also work at T-Mobile, so if any of you want a cheaper phone bill, see me at Park City. See me at Park City Mall.
Commercials here.
No marketing.
Okay, I want to say that my following statement is not of any of the parties mentioned. About 2 months ago, I received a Facebook message, and somebody asked me to support the LGBT by sending a letter to the editor and sending a letter to the commissioner. I didn't know what the Human Relations Human Relations Commission was all about, so I did what I did best as a college kid, did my research, and I decided to support them by sending the letter. And I'm an unbiased person, so I also decided to come tonight to be informed of what the Human Relations Commission was all about, and also the ideas of the commissioners, because there are always two sides to a story. And what I found out tonight is that, correct me if I'm wrong, you want to disband the Human Relations Commission because of two reasons. You can save about $470,000 a year if you cut the budgets, and also duplication of services. As far as the duplications of services is concerned, that's like saying let's shut down the Marriott Hotel and a Brunswick Hotel because there's a Sheraton in Holiday Hills in Harrisburg. And also, as far as the state budgets are concerned, I don't believe that that is we can get around that because there are a lot of like Hispanic and black communities that Hispanic and black businesses that actually bring more revenue than $470,000 a year. We have El Serrano on Columbia Ave. We have different barbershops. And by disbanding the Human Relations Commission, I think that that will actually threaten and have some people feel a little intimidated as far as minorities to come to Lancaster. I saw on a flyer that the KKK walked about 2 weeks after the Human Relations Commission was disbanded in the past, and that's really not a good thing. I want to say let's not forget the hassle and strife that our forefathers went through. Let's not forget the death of Martin Luther King, of Abraham Lincoln. Let's not forget what President Lyndon B. Johnson had to go through. We've had people that have done things before us. Let's not make mistakes. Let's learn from their history. And on that note, I'd want to say God bless the commissioners, God bless everybody, God bless the HRC, and God bless the United States of America.
Susan Mull, as in mull it over, M-U-L-L. I think we're mulling it over. This is a little bit tall. A couple things I thought as a teacher. I'm from Quarryville. You wanted to know our municipality. As a teacher and a performance poet and an advocate for people, an activist for people living with HIV and AIDS, this issue in the paper immediately grabbed me on many levels. And tonight the language grabbed me on many levels, and I need to say just a couple things. One, it's never convenient to be an advocate for a person who needs the Human Relations Commission, because when you do that, when you become that, it's because that person has been so dehumanized that their whole life has been totally altered. If everybody knows what I mean about dehumanization, it means that everything has been changed in their life and that they have to immediately seek justice to survive. And you may think I'm exaggerating or sensationalizing something, but I've worked with people living with HIV and AIDS and their human rights and justice issues and human rights violations for 17 years, and I'm a woman living with HIV and AIDS for 17 years. And that's why I'm so passionate about that. And that's why this grabbed me so much. And sometimes you do have to stand up and say something very personal to commissioners, to people in a group like this, to say, it's too hard to keep quiet, because then wouldn't I have the burden of conscience on myself to not be the person to speak out? I have to speak out to survive. I have to speak out for all the people who have come to me in the last 17 years and said, we are so stigmatized and feel so dehumanized and so discriminated against, that one voice makes such a difference. And the commission being here makes such a difference. You cannot imagine what that would do to people's lives to organize everything, even just going to Harrisburg, which doesn't sound far. It is never a burden to me as a taxpayer to uplift anyone else's civil rights. It will never be a burden for me to do that. Never. I do want to say just one thing, because you can tell that I do speak, and we do poetry, many of us. In Philadelphia as a teacher, when there were issues in communities where there needed to be human rights issues addressed, we would get loud and we would bond in community and do things together, and we would do these things like, you know, about Fight AIDS, Act Up, and we would be loud. So I have a hard time being a quiet Lancaster County girl, even though I grew up here. I'm not a quiet little Lancaster County girl, but I want to thank all of you for the eloquence with which you have spoken from your hearts, because justice is never something that we can talk about ever capriciously. We cannot be capricious about this.
Good evening. Todd Baxter, T-O-D-D-B-A-X-T-E-R. About 6 years ago, I did file a complaint with the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission, and they said the average is 464 days. Mine took 3.5 years. I had a lawyer, it cost me $3,000, a dozen trips up there, all the lost time, lost wages. So just keep that in mind. 1,200 days is how long it took for mine. God knows how long it would take if you had another 1,000 complaints every year. Thank you.
Matt McGuire, M-C-G-U-I-R-E, West Lampeter Township. I think my statement will probably upset just about everybody in the room, and I hope it does. I think all of us here in this room and in the county are a bunch of hypocrites. I'll stand up and raise my hand and say I am one too. If we stand on our principles and this organization was worth everything that everybody has said it was, it would not have to be sponsored by the government. We would pull our money together and we would do it in the free market system way. The government is not the answer. The government has always been the problem. I would advocate getting rid of it at the state level even. I would probably look at, like the Reverend Bailey said, with the parks, privatize it. There are several things that are not the government's responsibility, and I would like to ask the commissioners if they have read their U.S. and Pennsylvania state constitutions and understand it, because there is nothing in that constitution that warrants the Lancaster County HRC. There is nothing in there that provides for it, and if it does not provide for it in the Constitution, it should not exist. Period.
I'm Rabbi Carl Choper, Carl with a C, C-H-O-P-E-R, and I'm the president of the Interfaith Alliance of Pennsylvania, an organization of people of many, many faiths across the state who value faith and diversity. And we are a private, nonprofit group that values very much the public-private partnership that helps protect our rights. I came here tonight mostly to witness what happens here, and to report back to our constituency across the Commonwealth. To a group such as ours, the idea of eliminating the Human Relations Commission is simply incomprehensible. Much has been said here tonight. I only want to add that I wish for you to understand that however you decide, you will be sending a message intentionally or unintentionally, accurately or inaccurately, at least across the Commonwealth, to people of members of minorities and members of majorities about what Lancaster County, how Lancaster County values human diversity and human dignity. I don't know, I can't say what that means to you, but I wish for you to know that that message will be read well beyond the boundaries of the county. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jenny Engel, E-N-G-L-E, and I'm a proud member of the Board of Directors of the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission. I'm also a hearing commissioner, and, gee, don't leave now, Scott. Commissioner Stuckey, I wanted to tell you that each person who files a formal complaint has the option to file with the PAHRC and the EEOC at the same time, and well over 80% of those persons choose to have their complaint investigated within Lancaster County. Also, I wanted to talk about our budget and that we are a very labor-intensive organization, as you can well imagine. When someone feels they are discriminated against, they do not want to go online and fill out a form. I hate to tell you, they want to talk with someone. And 90% of our budget is people, labor and benefits. And it is a hardship for us to take 20% of our budget and give it up. But I want you to know what we do with that budget. We return 350% over each dollar that every taxpayer in this county pays. Now, if you believe, as the commissioners do, that this is a duplication of efforts, that reduces that to 150% but that is still a great return on your dollars. And we are saving each business annually who would have a complaint filed against them $1.2 to $1.5 million. And that is a very conservative estimate, very conservative with the additional legal fees, time, etc. This is 0.3% of the county budget. We passed our efficiency and effectiveness study last year with flying colors. We are one of the most efficient and effective agencies in county government. I look at all the commissioners. I do not want to insult anyone, but I believe you are all in a protected class and you're over 40. Heaven forbid you or any member of your family would need to file a complaint. So I am asking you, please, the information here is so strongly in support of keeping the commission. We can only assume if you choose to eliminate it in light of all the evidence and facts and emotion you have heard here so eloquently tonight that you are against equal rights.
I've heard you say before, you said it's an efficiency and effectiveness report. What are you referring to?
Last year, as part of the Human Services Efficiency Study, the Human Relations Commission, part of their staff was evaluated, and there were no negative comments and no suggestions for improvement. We as an organization have always felt that there was no problem with our efficiency or effectiveness, and no one told us otherwise, and our executive director was very proud of those findings.
I just want, I know what you're talking about now, just to clarify, there was a clerical and a technological component, and it didn't relate to the other human service entities.
Right.
Just to clarify. I'm sorry. Thank you, Jenny. Yes, sir.
Hello, Jim Pratt from East Lampeter, Lancaster. Resident for about 12 years, came from Waterbury, Connecticut. Very diverse community out there. The only thing in Connecticut we never had was county government, really. The only place you saw county was on the map. And but anyway, as I was coming to this meeting for the first time, I've been to township meetings the first time at the commission here. I noticed what a diverse group. It seems like a community very well knit together. There's passion, there's fight. I see benefit in the HRC. But on the other end, I say, I understand what you're doing with the county government. You're trying to, in this time, it's a very tough economy, and it's going to be probably even getting worse in the way I look at it. But you're trying to really make good for everybody in the county, not maybe a small group of people. And I think by cutting it and letting these people stand alone is probably the best thing. I've heard people say how great it is, all the connections already made and all the history, and if it ends, it's going to stop. But that's ridiculous. That stop. It'll never stop. Tomorrow, if it stopped today, tomorrow you can be sure somebody's going to pick up the ball. You got the ACLU here, which I heard, and I got their card, and I got the SEIU, you got the churches, you got all the people. There's a whole wealth of knowledge here to pick that up and run it on its own, and probably even doing a better job, as the other gentleman mentioned. So I'm for streamlining the whole government, and I think this is a start, but it shouldn't be the end. I think you should look at all the parks, everything in detail, and say, really, what should we be in the business of doing? We have small governments already, and let them do the job. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Adam Barkaski, B-A-R-K-A-F as in Frank, S as in Sam, K-I. And I'm from East Lampeter Township. I'm also a small business owner, and I actually work to design accessible websites. So I was happy to hear that, only 3 to 5% of websites out there are actually accessible. So I do that because I think it's the right thing to do. A few comments that are just swirling around in my head. One is, especially with hearing about, and I know that this is not on the table at all, but just the thought of privatizing such a thing, and then also just talking about saving taxpayer money with this. To me, we're talking about commoditizing human rights, and that really bothers me. That we are going to profit either from not supporting human rights, or we are going to profit, if it is privatized, from people violating other people's human rights. But be that as it may, my concern primarily lies in education, lies in networking. Several people have touched on tonight how we are seeing an increase in diversity and also an increase in hate-related crimes, an increase in school fights. And to me, this is now the time to keep this going, to keep this alive. Otherwise, as we grow more and more diverse, it's going to get worse. That's just my simple viewpoint as a resident of the county. Thank you for your time.
Mark?
Oh, I was just going to say I'm really tired, but I'm Mark Stoner. I'm on the board of the Lancaster City Human Relations Commission. And I really want to agree with a lot of the voices that spoke tonight, especially the religious and business leaders who came out so strongly in support, and I think they really did get the message across that you can be short-sighted in looking for savings on the budget. I think, I grew up in Lancaster County. What I would say I'm a moderate. I do believe every business, every government has to be the same way, has to look for cost savings. And one of my concerns from the beginning was that we came right out of the box saying throw away the commission without even examining what its worth is. And I think its worth goes far beyond the budget. And again, that was addressed, I think, really well tonight. I'm glad that Lancaster County is different than other counties. One of my fears has been that we're throwing away, we don't remember our history, and we throw away institutions really quickly that were made for reasons. The previous group of commissioners got rid of the county home, and that was something that was founded 200 years before for good reason and stood there for 200 years, and it's no longer a public entity. Commission was founded 46 years ago, not by people that wanted to spend a whole lot. It wasn't a democratic administration that passed it. When it was passed in '64, it was passed unanimously by city and county government that were all Republican controlled at that time. And I really doubt that those people were looking to waste taxpayer money. I think there was a need then, and there certainly is a need now. Okay, thank you. And the second thing is, one of the other articles in the paper today was about the Youth Intervention Center. And Lancaster built its own Youth Intervention Center here. And Commissioner Martin, I know you're very much in support of that, and I saw your comments, Commissioner Stuckey, with that too. That was a huge investment, much more than the County Human Relations Commission. And I saw both of you speak to the fact that Lancaster had one when other counties don't was a benefit. And I think that's the way you should look at all parts. All the parts of government should be looked at equally. They should be examined as to where they are efficient and what the costs and benefits really are to the community.
I'm Zach Nesbitt, Z-A-C-N-E-S-B-I-T-T. I'm a resident of Lancaster City, and I spent the entirety of my life in the southern part of the county until very recently. And I do want to thank the commissioners for having this open forum. That is democracy in action, I believe. And I think that as a patriotic American, it's important. But a part of patriotism is also understanding where we've gone wrong in the past. And I think that discrimination is enshrined in America from time out of mind. We talk about the Constitution. I look around this room and I see less than a handful of people who could vote according to the terms of the original Constitution. I say, you know, I had to point it out, but according to the original Constitution of the United States, which we all idolize, an African American is 3/5 of a person. And I apologize, but that is not the way that I see it now, and I think that we should move on. Native Americans are not recognized until the last part of the century, well, about 100 years ago. And I think it's a tragedy that that has been the very basis of America. And I think it's important that with the Civil Rights Act, that with this Human Relations Commission, that we say, no, we do not do discrimination anymore. At least we will not allow it publicly. And honestly, the reason I live in Lancaster City is because of discrimination. As a gay man living in any part of the county, I could be fired because of being gay. And in the city, I'm protected. I'm protected in housing. And that means a lot. We talk about not expanding that protection. I say that we should. That people such as myself should not feel the need to seek refuge somewhere where we are protected. And I don't think that anyone should be in that position, regardless of the issue, regardless of that discriminating factor. And that's why I very strongly support keeping this Human Relations Commission, because it does stand up for that. It does say we will not allow this to happen, and it provides those safeguards. Thank you.
Cornell Wilson, Cornell-Wilson. In 2010, it is great that America can have a half-black president, and that the former vice president can say his daughter is gay and still be proud of her. But it is sad that we still have hate, discrimination, and people dying because of the color of their skin or because of who they love, which could happen in Lancaster tonight or tomorrow or next week. And this commission was set up to protect people's rights, and those rights have not changed since this commission started. It is in your part of your job is to protect the residents' rights. And if you would eliminate this commission, you're really only looking out for yourself and not the people of Lancaster. And if you cannot protect those rights, then you need to step down and let someone else who will. Also, if you're looking at numbers, I'm assuming everybody had the right to do a testimony or everybody had the right to have public speaking. Well, according to the night, so remember these numbers. In your testimonies, only 17% were against you, or against eliminating this commission. We're for it, sorry. And out of the public talk, I would say it's even less than 17% who want this commission gone. So if you're thinking of numbers, think of that. You had a night where only 17% said get rid of it, and that would mean 83% said keep it. So think of that.
Susan, S-U-S-A-N, Minasian, M-I-N-A-S-I-A-N. I live in Lancaster Township. I'm the chaplain at Franklin and Marshall College. And when students come to me overwhelmed, I always tell them to stop and to breathe. I can only imagine that this night for you commissioners, even though if this was Commissioner Idle, Commissioner Lehman, you would be the person I would vote for. I will say here that I was impressed with all of you. And I don't like what some of you do say and stand for. But I have been impressed at how you have listened. You have followed the text that people have given you, and when you didn't have that, you looked at people in their eyes. And I want you to know that that means a lot, and I appreciate that. So, right? Now, the other thing I want to say is that I think tonight, if I was sitting in your shoes, now I'm a raving extrovert. I don't know what you are. But that it would be like Twitter, Facebook, CNN News, the measuring tape, everything going on all at one time. And I'm sure you're really exhausted. You know that I am for the Human Relations Commission standing as it is. But let me say this. My concern is more of process. When you finish hearing what everybody has to say, And I'm not even going to send you my sermon that I preached at the rally before this.
I heard it. I heard it.
Oh, you did hear? Okay. Well, I'm so glad. So here's what I want to say. My hope and prayer is that you will take time when you gather to make your decision, that you will do so and you will take time to sit in a room together and be quiet. Because even though I have my own opinion, silence and sitting in that is going to be very important for you to really make a decision with clarity. I also want you to know that you will be in my thoughts and in my prayers because I think this is a difficult decision to make. And I want you to know that people who are progressive or whatever we consider to be perceived as are people of deep faith. And I thank you tremendously for what you have done tonight. I thought the speakers, it was a lot, but I learned a lot, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
He'll never live down the Commissioner Idle thing, by the way. We'll have him singing. We'll have him singing tomorrow.
I got a crow to pick with you boys, but maybe I'll wait till later.
All right.
This is my time now. My name is Bill Bonanno. That's Bonanno, and I'm from Rappo Township. Lancaster County HRCH received block grants money in the past that comes from our taxes. The city property owners pay taxes to run the Lancaster City HRC, the Lancaster County HRC, the state of Pennsylvania HRC, and the federal government various programs on civil rights and others. Is that fair? The first 8 months of 1994, there were more than 1,300 people who called with complaints. Last year, there were 150. That's quite a decrease, even though the county's population doubled. Lancaster County residents filed 203 claims from 2008 to 2009 with the Pennsylvania HRC. You don't have to go to Harrisburg to file a claim. Use their website. You download a complaint form, you fill it out, you sign it, you mail it back or email it, or you fax it. Or if you don't have a computer, just call, and they will send you a form. Now, Leslie Heisen said it costs 93 cents per resident to pay for our commission. But I wonder how many of those residents don't pay taxes, like children, renters, and others. In other words, it costs me 18 cents to pay for Commissioner Lehman's salary. I feel his smile is worth more than that.
You're not going to live that one down either.
Last year there were 150 complaints.
Bill, you just missed me. That's why you got the big smile, right?
Okay. Last year there were 150. Now you made me lose my place. Don't count that my time. He did it. It's his fault. I'm getting old. Okay. Last year there were 150 complaints, costing $3,133 each. Now, of the 21% that won their claims, it cost the county $22,380 for each win. Now think about that. Yes. Over 800. Last year there were over 800 foreclosures, and there will be over 1 million foreclosures this year. There are 7.8 million home loans in some stage of delinquency. Spend and tax and spend, which come first? I feel you commissioners are getting ganged up on with all these groups being led by the Lancaster City HRC, who was in charge of all these rallies. These people who are against discrimination are in fact guilty of the same act. They are prejudiced and are discriminating against senior citizens on Social Security and people who are out of work, the poor who can't pay their taxes. Shame on them. How could it be good business to have duplication? Should we pay for 6 full-time commissioners? And these people, what do they have in common? What do all these groups have in common? Well, they're all working. They have benefits. So don't sacrifice the many for the few. Not only to raise taxes, I not only want you not to raise taxes, I want you to cut taxes. If you want to disband, please find jobs. This is all. I didn't hear anybody say this tonight. Please find jobs for all those people that this affects if you do away with this program. And all you business people, you can help out a little bit too. You can find jobs for them too. And if you need help, we have state senators, we have congressmen, we have other people that can help you out. So thank you for having this meeting, and thank you for listening to a 71-year-old senior citizen that's disability and on Social Security. Thank you very much. Thank you. I just wanted to say one more thing. All these people are good people, or they wouldn't be here. They're all concerned. And that's all I wanted to say. They're good people, so help out a little bit by hiring these people if they dismantle it.
Good evening. My name is Michael, spelled M-Y-K-A-L, Slack, S as in Sam, L-A-C-K. I am a resident of Lancaster City. I'm also the Director of Worship and Congregational Care at Vision of Hope Metropolitan Community Church in Mountville, York, and Reading, Pennsylvania. Just a few things. I like to sit and listen to what goes on in these kinds of things. Because sometimes people don't say things that are very smart. And sometimes people aren't very caring. I was actually very impressed while I was here at the comments that have been made. And forgive me if I repeat other things that have been said. I stepped away for a little while now, and now I've come back. I was here for one of the presentations that spoke to the comparison between the PHRA and Ordinance 64. And I have to say, it really angered me a little bit. And I want to just pull out one piece of it. One of the statistics that was mentioned talked about the number of public hearings. It mentioned that there are 21 public hearings in the state, and there are 0 public hearings here in the county, and I believe that was for 2009, if I'm not mistaken. It almost gave the impression to me that somehow the folks who are in the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission aren't working as hard. And it's just not true. I need you to know that. As somebody who used to work there, these people get up every day and do the work of justice. Every day. That's what they care about more than anything else. They're not looking at dollar signs. They're not looking at anybody's station. They're not looking at the color of anybody's skin. They're not looking at whether somebody's male or female. They get up every day and do the work of justice. And it pained me to hear that all of these rallies and meetings and hearings are going on to keep these folks from doing that work. And I think we should really care about them and the work that they do, and to think about them and to keep them in prayer, because that's got to be a hard thing to sit through. The next thing I want to say is that whether, and it may have been said here, but you know, if you are white or a person of European descent in this room, this law protects you as much as it protects someone of African descent. If you are a person who are Christian in this room, this law protects you as much as it protects someone who is not. If you're a man in this room, and believe me, I have sat across the table with men who've come into the county commission concerned that they are being discriminated against as men, it protects you as much as it protects women. Like, let's not be fooled here about what this law does or doesn't do. Each and every person in this room will be affected if this law is repealed. And the last thing I will say is that to you guys as commissioners, in my mind, you have a responsibility to care about each and every Lancastrian. That's your job. And if you repeal this law, you're going to say that you don't care about me. You're going to say that you don't care about yourselves. You're going to say that you don't care about anybody in this room. There is great value to what the commission does, more than you can know, because I would venture to guess that all of you have not been to an intake before. I would venture to guess that all of you have not sat in on a maybe you have sat in on a fact-finding conference, but it matters to people. People come in, I think one of my brothers who spoke before me mentioned refuge. People need to feel safe in their homes. People need to feel safe in their workplaces. People need to feel safe in school. And the Ordinance 64 and the Lancaster County Human Relations Commission enables that safety and promotes that safety. You shouldn't be pushing that aside. You should be pushing that forward. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bennett J. Vonderhyde, Conestoga, a.k.a. Daddy Justice. And you all know me. As a matter of fact, I've been coming to the commissioners since I had to quip back and forth with Pete Schaub and Molly Henderson and Dick Schellenberger. And I've been coming to you for years and explaining and identifying and bringing to your attention, so there was no denying, the rights of fathers. In fact, I can tell you I'm here on behalf of the invisible victims of civil rights. And I can tell you that there's no one here who's listened to our issues at the Human Relations Commission. Let me back up. Like I said, I've been coming to the commissioners for years, and I've brought issue after issue about upstairs here, the 92% female-operated domestic relations, which sends men to debtor's prison in America today for money they can't come up with. I've talked to you about PFAs, which eliminate the 14th Amendment for fathers wholesale, written by Thaddeus Stevens a couple blocks over there a few years back. I love they mention all these different people and all the things that they stood for, but then they distort them. I came to you over the years, and none of you ever mentioned. As a matter of fact, Commissioner Lehman told me today he didn't know to send me to the Human Relations Commission. I've spoken to Mr. Butcher recently, and he's identified and admitted that they never stood up for fathers' rights and never carried a case forward in that regard in the 15 years he's been there and to today. So I came to you for years, and not one of you even mentioned the Human Relations Commission when I asked you, where can I go and where can I send fathers now that I've won my case? Where can I send the fathers who are victimized, who go to jail for crimes they didn't commit, who don't have a 14th Amendment, who lose their children by custody conferences, which automatically give fathers 18% of the right to their children, and mothers 82%. Now, how can that be fair? Could you do that in reverse? I came to you, and none of you ever suggested going to the Human Relations Commission because you knew they don't represent and help fathers out, despite what that man just said. That's a bunch of hogwash. I came to you, and then I went to the Human Relations Commission, and I was told that I'm not a protected class by you and by them. And I was told that if I wanted to, by the City Human Relations Commission, if I wanted protection, I have to be gay. That I have to have sex with a man before they'll stand up for me as a father. There is nowhere for fathers to go. Every one of these agencies, all these preachers, all the NAACP, they don't stand up for fathers when they're black if they lose their children. We are the discriminated today, not 40 years ago. The Human Relations Commission discriminates itself against fathers. Everything they told me they could not do for me, they turned around and did for other special groups, the privileged groups. I'm here on behalf of the regular American Joe who has a right to be a father to his child, not to be put in prison for things he didn't do, not to lose his freedom in a debtor's prison, and not to have his child taken away because of his genitalia. And we have no support from any of these groups, and they should all be ashamed of themselves for standing here and claiming to fight for civil rights for everyone, but not for fathers. Only for their special groups, for the privileged ones. And I say that's not what Martin Luther King stood for. It's not what Thaddeus Stevens stood for. And everyone should have rights. And the Human Relations Commission should be abolished, and if not, they need to be sued for discrimination against fathers and against men. Period.
How you doing? My name is Alan Williams. ALLANWILLIAMS. Before I say a whole lot, I had dealings with the Human Relations. I've been fighting for people all my life. Came to Lancaster to rest. Found out I couldn't. I go to get a home for my family. And I was denied, but offered something reasonable facsimile that I thought was racial. I thought I had to go to Philadelphia, where I'm originally from, to fight my case. Somebody said, go down on King Street to the Human Relations. I met the people there. Yeah, they're local. and they knew the individuals I was dealing with. They handled my case for my wife and I. As a Mormon, my church kept my sanity because I was irate. Why do I have to fight for my rights when I've been fighting for people all my life? Fought for my country, even while they was having riots, and I'm sitting in the jungle. I got to fight to live someplace. The Human Relations helped me. They straightened it out. I now live at 1580 Fruitville Pike, the old mansion. And they showed me how to make sure that if somebody's going to try to deny me where I want to be at, what to say, what to do, and go to who I need to get it straightened out. And after I talked to the gentleman, my family are there. The human relations is needed. But I want to say to the commission what I said to City Council. Why are you trying to bring back 19th century politics? You're turning the wheels backwards. All these things that was put in by our forefathers. You don't even know the history of the place you live in. You live in a city that's part of the birthplace of your nation. And now you want to put it on the map as the birthplace of bigotry, bring back the racism, open up the door for people who are waiting for us to abolish this. I don't understand. I'm confused. And I say, look at my hat. You got men and women today fighting for other people in another country to have the rights that we want here and trying to have here at always, and you're going to give them a hard way to go when they come home too? They won't have their rights? I came to Lancaster because I thought it was a good place to live. I didn't think I'd have to be back like I was on the streets of Philadelphia fighting for kids' rights, mothers' rights, senior citizens' rights. I fought for gangs to get them abolished or whatever. I come here, I see things in Lancaster. I thought, wait a minute. You're living in old times. Get with the 21st century. Keep the wheel rolling. You take this program away, and I guarantee you, you won't be sitting there next year. These people are tired. Listen to them. I'm tired of fighting for them, but I'm not going away. You see me now, you'll see me in the streets. It's like a whole lot of these people have seen and heard of me, and I have sit with some of you on boards and spoke. This is not going to go away. It's been here long before you, and it's going to be here after all of us is gone. So let's make a future for our young. Let's don't get set in our old ways and say, we don't need nothing. We need this. Because without this, we wouldn't be here. And if you take this away, they're going to be here again, and they're going to ask for you to leave and put somebody in who will say, we need this, keep this. Thank you.
My name is Ralph Johns, Johns, from Bart Township, southern Lancaster County. I'd like to thank the board and council and Angie for all the fine work in providing this floor for us. I seriously ask that no one take anything I say personally, because this is business. It's pure business. There have been a lot of statements on terminology used about our democracy, with all due politeness and all due courtesy. A lot of these fine people here, I can't believe anyone here is not here with good intentions. We do not live in a democracy. If we look at the Constitution of these United States, we go to Article 4, Section 4, and it clearly states that the central government shall grant to all the sovereign states a Republican form of government. Doesn't mean Republican Party. It means limited government, where we take the fearful servant and keep it from becoming the fearful master. Like fire, we must lock it up in the fireplace, in the stove, because if it gets out of the firebox, it will consume our flesh. It will kill us. I heard civil rights. The American Civil Liberties Union has it right. Civil means law, and law is government. a government cannot give you a right. Our rights are prior to government by divine providence. It could be the Lord Jesus Christ, or it can be Harold the Corn God, or it can be nobody. But what it does establish that our rights are prior to government. And the job and function and duty of this government is not to redistribute the wealth through legal plunder. I'm a senior citizen. Limited income, fixed income, my taxes and expenses are becoming higher. Unfortunately, what's going down here now, and I don't mean it as harsh as this sounds, these people want money as well as other groups. And they can't come up to me and take it because I won't give it to them. If they take it, it's stealing. So they go to government. Government comes, takes it from me, and gives to them. Oh, it's only $1. Well, there's 1,500 people out there and 1,500 organizations. Everybody's only $1. This adds up. Redistributing the wealth through legal plunder. We're talking about human rights. Court Executive Order 13037. You're not human rights anymore. You're human capital. You're chattel. And if you go to Act 871, these United States of America, it's a corporation. Congress illegally changed the Constitution and changed it from for the United States to of the United States, capitalizing certain words. In the contract, it's a corporation. And there's executive orders making us human capital, chattel. If you go and sign a lease with somebody to rent an apartment, you are listed as a renter. If you go home and look at your title, if you're fortunate enough, pardon me, your deed, bring it out, you're listed as a tenant. A tenant. Another thing about personal property, that we're supposed to have rights. You think you own your own car? When a car is built, manufacturer's statement of origin comes with it. The dealer turns around, after you pay taxes on it, sends a title to Harrisburg. Harrisburg turns around and sends you a certificate of title. It is not the title. It is a certificate. Like you go to Sears and give them $25 and they give you a plastic card. It's a gift certificate. You don't own your own home and you don't own your own car. These two guys got the guts to turn around and say, let's look at this stuff, because you're beating the horse that's carrying the burden. No, you're killing the horse that's carrying the burden. Thank you very much. In a closing quick statement, we are on a road, and the name of that road is a broken road. And we're quickly approaching a marker in the road. And that marker is the halfway point as we go and descend into the valley of darkness, where there's only one way in and no way out forever. Thank you, and God save the Republic.
Hi, my name is Mimi Shapiro, and I live in Lancaster City. And I think we need to save the HRC, and I think everybody who sat here all night, really, this is a yeoman's job. But this is what democracy is all about. And I think we should end this the same way we started, with the pledge. And how does the pledge end? With liberty and justice for all.
Okay.
Has everyone who felt like they've wanted a chance to speak? You know, if we stretch it out 16 more minutes, we all can say good morning to each other. Oh, come on, Steve. That's right. Would you like to say any closing thoughts?
Thank you all for coming and for being patient and for sitting here through all the speakers and the dialogue. We appreciate it very much, all the input. Having been on Borough Council in Lititz for 10 years and sat through meetings that went past 12, we have about 16 minutes before our minds all get numb. I know I've done that, so have a good evening, and thanks once again for being here.
If I could, just a second, I really am proud to be living here in Lancaster County. I think everybody really handled themselves well, and I want to thank everybody for paying each other the respect. I know it's difficult sometimes when people have strong opinions and they're opposing opinions, but you know what? That's all right. That's what makes us stronger as a community, and that we're going to be better for it down the road. I do want to thank the stenographer, who is really... I can't imagine what 4 hours and 45 minutes means, but thank you very much. I want to thank all the staff. I want to thank all the staff for the work that they've done tonight. They've really done a great job. Thank them all for being here. And just thank you very much. I also want to thank my colleagues. I know, we as a board, we don't always agree, but we agree to agree when we can. We agree to disagree when we can. And I can say that from my perspective, we've always tried to be professional in every issue and not let any issue get personal. I can say from my part, this issue has been exactly the same. I think we all come at it with honorable motives, and I just want to say that I want to thank my colleagues for having an open forum tonight, because that really is important, and I think it says a lot about who they are. So thank you all for being here tonight.
And it's like up and down, up and down. It's all right, Steve. That's right. Everyone's going to kneel right now. I do want to take just a moment and thank every single person who came out to share their thoughts. And I said when we opened, in this world that we have, sometimes there are ideas, and ideas we debate, and ideas we have conversation about, and that's important. And I want to thank all the people that testified, but everyone that sat through the testimony. I know someone made a comment about being long, and I know, but it was pretty much decided that those who requested and there was relevancy or impact, we wanted to make sure that they could represent whether it was their church or whether their coalition or whatever it might be. But thank you for sitting through all that to members of the public who wanted to give public comment. And though a lot of people that may not be here, I also want to thank this issue, probably more than any issue that we've dealt with, has generated more correspondence to our office, phone calls, emails, letters, than probably anything that we've ever personally have engaged in as a board in our 3 years here. So, but it's good to know that an engaged citizenry is alive and well in this county. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much, and I hope you all have a safe trip home tonight. Thank you.